Welcome, welcome. You're here at Harryverse X. Today we present to you Ancient Founders returned at Godric's Hollow and raised Harry as fifth founder with all elements. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Night Between Worlds. The killing curse left a green scar on the sky above Godric's Hollow that took 3 full minutes to fade. Helga felt it first. She came back the way all of them did, not falling from somewhere above, not rising from somewhere below, but simply arriving, the way a word arrives in your mouth when you finally found it after searching. One moment there was nothing, and the next there was cold October air and the smell of burning wood and Helga Hufflepuff standing in the rubble of what had once been a home, her hands already reaching for something before her eyes had fully adjusted to being open again. The something was crying. She found him beneath a fallen beam that had somehow, impossibly, sheltered him from the worst of the collapse, a small boy with a shock of dark hair and a cut on his forehead that was still bleeding in a shape that made Helga's stomach tighten because she recognized it. She had spent 40 years studying curse signatures. She knew what that shape meant. She picked him up anyway. "Hush," she said, which was perhaps the least adequate thing anyone had ever said in the history of the English language, but she said it the way she'd said everything in her life, with her whole chest behind it, warm and certain, like the word itself was a blanket. "Hush now, little one. I've got you." The boy, Harry, she would learn his name was Harry, stopped crying almost immediately, which told her something about him before she'd even had a proper look at his face. "Well," said a voice behind her, dry as parchment, cold as the November that was 3 hours away. "That's one way to announce your presence." Helga turned. Salazar Slytherin stood at the edge of the garden wall, or what remained of it, his dark robes settling around him as though he'd stepped off a portrait rather than through 1,000 years of death. He looked exactly as she remembered, sharp jaw, sharper eyes, the particular kind of stillness that meant he was cataloging everything he saw and filing it somewhere she'd never have access to. He was looking at the baby in her arms with an expression she couldn't immediately name. "Where are the others?" she asked. "Coming." He stepped over a broken roof tile without looking down. "Godric arrived approximately 40 seconds before I did. He's standing in the street trying not to set anything on fire." "And Rowena? She'll be last." His eyes hadn't left the child. "She always is." Helga pulled the boy a little closer to her chest, not because she felt he needed protecting from Salazar specifically, but because a child who had just survived a killing curse deserved to be held properly while the world sorted itself out. Harry seemed to agree with this assessment. He'd grabbed a fistful of her hair and was holding on with the focused determination of someone who had decided she was staying whether she liked it or not. Godric came around from the front of the house a moment later, and if Salazar's arrival had been like a portrait stepping down from a wall, Godric's was like a fire finally being given enough air. He filled the space differently. He always had. Where Salazar went still, Godric went large, shoulders back, head up, eyes moving across the wreckage with the quick assessment of a man who'd walked through a great many ruins and intended to walk out of all of them. He was also, Helga noticed, actually on fire. Just slightly. Just around the edges of his cuffs, where the emotion he hadn't yet organized into thoughts was leaking out the way it always did with him. "That bad?" she asked. He looked at the smoking shell of the house. At the garden where the grass had been scorched into a pattern that any historian of dark magic would have recognized immediately. At the clear sky above Godric's Hollow where the dark mark had apparently already been cast and was now fading, which meant they had perhaps 20 minutes before someone with a ministry badge arrived to investigate. "We need to move," he said, and his voice was rougher than she remembered. 1,000 years without a throat to speak through, and the first thing it caught on was grief. "Helga, is he alive?" "Unhurt, mostly." She shifted the boy so Godric could see his face. "There's a curse scar. It's already formed." Godric looked at the lightning bolt on the baby's forehead for a long moment. Then, carefully, he reached out one broad finger and let Harry wrap his tiny hand around it. "Hello," he said gruffly. "That was very brave of you." Harry stared up at him with enormous green eyes and absolutely no concept of the absurdity of being called brave by Godric Gryffindor at the age of 14 months. He seemed to find Godric's fire entirely acceptable. One small hand released Helga's hair and reached toward the light. "Don't touch that," Godric said, and the fire went out. "Remarkable self-control," Rowena said from directly behind him, and Godric, to his eternal credit, only flinched slightly. She had materialized the way she always did, without warning, without drama, simply present where she hadn't been a breath before. Rowena Ravenclaw was taller than Helga remembered, or perhaps it was just that she stood differently, with the particular posture of someone who had never in her life doubted that the most interesting thing in any room was whatever she happened to be looking at. Right now she was looking at Harry with an expression that was almost scientific and just barely something else, something softer, carefully contained. "The curse rebounded," she said, moving past Godric to crouch beside Helga at eye level with the child. "The scar is the exit wound. The magic redirected entirely." She studied the shape of it for a moment, her expression shifting into something that Helga recognized as the look Rowena got when she encountered a theorem that worked in practice but shouldn't have worked in theory. He did something. Passively, unconsciously, he did something to that curse. "Or someone did it for him," Salazar said. Everyone looked at him. He had moved closer without any of them noticing, which was extremely Salazar of him, and was now standing perhaps 4 feet from Helga, looking at the boy with that same unnameable expression. After a moment he said, "The mother. If she chose to die for him, if the choice was deliberate and freely made, the magic of it would have, a blood protection," Rowena said quietly. "An ancient one." His jaw was tight. "Older than the school. The kind we don't teach because it requires a sacrifice no curriculum can prepare you for." A pause. She loved him very much. The garden was quiet for a moment. The wind off the moors moved through the ruined house, stirring ash and old plaster, and Harry made a small sound that wasn't quite a word but had the shape of one, questioning, alert, as if he could feel the weight of what was being said even if he couldn't understand it yet. Then Dumbledore's magic arrived. Not Dumbledore himself, just a probe, a seeking spell cast from a great distance by someone who had felt what had happened in Godric's Hollow and sent magical feelers to assess the situation before acting. It was subtle, professional, nearly invisible. Rowena plucked it out of the air between 2 fingers like a moth. She turned it over, examined it for perhaps 2 seconds, and then crushed it with a small precise motion that left a faint smell of ozone. "Someone wants the boy," she said. "Someone wants to manage the boy," Salazar corrected, and there was something in his voice that made the distinction sound very important. "There's a difference. The protection on the house is already collapsing," Godric said, scanning the perimeter. "Whatever was anchoring it died with the woman." He looked at Salazar. "Can you rebuild it?" "I can do better than that." Salazar walked to the center of what had been the sitting room, just an open rectangle of scorched foundation now, walls gone, floor scattered with debris, and crouched down to press one hand flat against the stone. "But I need to know if we're doing this." No one asked what this was. They all knew. Helga looked down at the boy in her arms. He was looking back up at her with those green eyes, and she'd held enough children in her life, students, nieces, the children of friends, to know when one of them was seeing you rather than just looking in your direction. Harry was seeing her. Already, at 14 months, with his house in ruins around him and his parents dead and the night cold and everything uncertain, he was looking at her face and finding it enough to hold on to. She looked up at the others. "We're doing this," she said. It didn't sound like a question, because it wasn't. Godric nodded once, the way he nodded when he'd made a decision in a battle, not relieved, not excited, just committed. "Done," Rowena said, obviously, as if they were discussing something far less consequential. Salazar didn't say anything. He turned back to the foundation stone and pressed both palms flat, and the magic that came out of him was nothing like the spells Helga had learned at 30 and taught at 60. It was older than that. It was the kind of magic that came from a man who had spent his whole life building things meant to last. The house began to grow. Not dramatically, it wasn't a spectacle. It was more like watching a plant push up through frost. Stone by stone, beam by beam, the structure reassembled and expanded, because Salazar had always built to the specifications of what was needed rather than what was asked for, and what was needed here was not a two-bedroom cottage but a home large enough for 4 adults with very strong personalities and a growing child. Helga bounced Harry gently as the walls rose around them, watching his face track the movement with fascinated attention. He reached out toward a section of rising wall and made that questioning sound again. Yes, she told him seriously. He's building you a house. I'd say thank you when you're old enough, but he'll pretend he doesn't care, so just do it anyway. 20 feet away, Salazar said, I can hear you, Hufflepuff. Good. Then you'll remember I said it. The house was complete, or complete enough, by the time the first ministry owl arrived overhead. Salazar had already warded the sky. The owl circled twice, confused, and then flew back the way it had come. Rowena watched it go. They'll send someone on a broom next. Let them. Godric was watching the new front door settle onto its hinges. It was solid oak and twice the height of a normal door, which was very Salazar. They'll find a house. Nothing more. They'll know someone rebuilt it. They'll think the wards held and were seeing effects of residual magic. Salazar stood up, brushing stone dust from his hands. The motion was so ordinary it was almost funny, a 1,000-year-old sorcerer tidying himself up after a renovation. I've masked the signature. It will read as structural reinforcement, not active warding. He glanced at Helga. Bring him inside. It's cold. She went. She did not comment on the fact that this was the most caring thing Salazar Slytherin had said since arriving, because pointing that out would have required her to pretend she was surprised by it, and she wasn't. She had always known, even during the worst of their falling out, that Salazar's problem had never been an absence of care. It had been an excess of it, pointed in a direction he'd never been able to correct. The inside of the house was bare but warm. Salazar had prioritized the hearth, which was burning with a steady red-gold fire that wasn't exactly natural but felt exactly right. Harry saw it and made a noise that was, unmistakably, delight. Fire, Helga told him. We'll teach you about that when you're older. We'll teach him to make that when he's older, Godric said from behind her, already heading for the hearth with the focused intent of a man who had identified the best seat in the room. We'll teach him everything, Rowena said, already moving toward the far wall where a single bookcase had materialized among the sparse furniture. She ran one finger along a shelf that was, as yet, empty, apparently taking an inventory of what needed to be added. Starting with the fact that there is no hierarchy of knowledge. Whatever he shows aptitude for, he learns. Whatever he doesn't show aptitude for, he also learns. That's not how children work, Helga said. That's not how ordinary children work. This child, Rowena gestured at Harry in a way that managed to be both clinical and somehow fond, is going to be anything but ordinary. We made certain of that the moment we claimed him. We didn't claim him, Helga said. What would you call it? Helga looked down at Harry, who was examining her thumb with the intense scrutiny of someone conducting a very important study. I'd call it what it is, she said. Family. No one argued with that. The first night was practical and a little chaotic in the specific way that all first nights with infants are chaotic, which was something none of the 4 founders had quite anticipated. They had, collectively, centuries of experience in education, magic theory, architecture, battle tactics, herbology, parseltongue, potion-making, ancient runic systems, and the political history of magical Britain. What none of them had was recent experience with a 14-month-old who needed feeding, changing, and soothing at intervals that seemed entirely arbitrary. Helga managed all of this with the serenity of someone who had, in her first life, run a school of 500 children and found the dining hall situation frankly more challenging. Harry ate what she gave him, accepted the changing process with philosophical resignation, and went to sleep in the improvised bed Salazar had conjured with his arms stretched out above his head and his face perfectly peaceful, the lightning bolt scar already fading from livid red to pink. Godric stood in the doorway watching him sleep for approximately 20 minutes before Rowena came and pulled him away by the elbow. "He's not going anywhere," she said. "I know that." "Then stop hovering." "I'm not hovering. I'm keeping watch." Rowena gave him a look that had, over the course of one long evening, already become very familiar to Harry and would remain so for the next decade. It was the look of someone who was choosing not to say the 17 things she could have said. "Come and sit down," she said instead. "We need to discuss what we're doing." What they were doing, it turned out, was more complicated than Helga had wanted to admit in the garden. They sat around the fire, Godric in the largest chair, which he'd taken immediately and without any apparent awareness that this was a choice he was making, Rowena cross-legged on the floor with a quill already in her hand even though there was no parchment yet, Salazar standing near the window with his arms crossed, watching the dark street, Helga with a cup of something warm she'd conjured from memory. "The boy is famous," Salazar said without preamble. "As of tonight, the entire wizarding world will know his name. They'll want him. Then we don't let them have him," Godric said. "It's not that simple. He has a guardian, a family, presumably. The ministry will assign custody. There's someone who has a legal claim." "Are they magical?" Rowena asked. "Her sister. The mother's sister." Salazar's voice was carefully neutral. "Married to a muggle. No magic." "Then they can't protect him," Godric said flatly. "That's not the only concern." Salazar turned from the window. "Dumbledore will want him. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. He's the most powerful wizard of this age, and he has the habit of collecting important people and arranging them to suit his purposes." Something moved in his expression that was too old to be called bitterness. "I know the type." "You are the type," Rowena said mildly. "Which is why I recognize it." He met her eyes without flinching. "He'll want Harry somewhere he can monitor him. Somewhere controllable. He'll have a plan for the boy already, he'll have had one since the prophecy first circulated." "You know about the prophecy?" Helga asked. "I know everything that was publicly known by the time we were called back. The covenant permitted us access to the knowledge we needed to act. The prophecy exists. It involves this child. And Dumbledore will use it as justification for every decision he makes about Harry's future." His voice was measured, but there was something underneath it that Helga recognized as the thing that had always driven Salazar at his best and worst, the deep, abiding rage at other people deciding the fate of those who hadn't been asked. "We won't let him. We'll need to be invisible," Rowena said. "As a starting point. The world thinks we're dead, correctly, obviously, and that's an advantage. The ward Salazar placed will keep this house off any ministry registry. We exist in a pocket of intentional obscurity, at least until the boy is old enough for Hogwarts." 10 years, Helga said. "Approximately. We raise him. We train him. We give him every tool he will need." Rowena's quill was moving without parchment, writing in the air in faint luminous lines that dissolved as quickly as they formed. "Old habit. When the world meets Harry Potter, they will meet someone who cannot be managed, manipulated, or sacrificed. They will meet someone who understands exactly what he is." "Which is?" Godric asked. Rowena looked at the ceiling, toward the room where Harry slept. "Our heir," she said simply. "And theirs." The argument about Harry's education began when he was 2.5. Specifically, it began at breakfast, when Harry climbed down from his chair with the focused intent of someone who had a plan, walked to the bookcase that had by now grown to cover an entire wall of the sitting room, and pulled 3 books off the lowest shelf. He couldn't read them. He knew he couldn't read them. He stacked them on the floor anyway, climbed onto the stack, and from this elevated position reached the fourth shelf and the collection of runic cards that Rowena had been using for her own study. He brought them to the breakfast table, spread them out, and began sorting them. Not randomly. He was sorting by shape of the curves in the runes, grouping the angular ones separately from the rounded ones, which was actually a legitimate organizational principle used by 3rd century Scandinavian runic scholars. Rowena put down her tea so fast it splashed. "He's categorizing by stroke geometry," she said. "He's 2, Godric said without looking up from the map he was reading. "He's 2 and he's categorizing by stroke geometry." Rowena. The angular runes share an origin with Elder Futhark while the rounded forms derive from Ogham cross-pollination. If he's identified that distinction instinctively, he's 2, Godric said again, this time with more emphasis. "Godric, the standard age for beginning runic study is, he's 2 years old. He should be playing with things that don't have academic implications. He should be," Godric gestured vaguely at Harry, who was now holding up 2 cards and comparing them with his head tilted to one side. "Doing whatever 2-year-olds do. Normal things." "He organized them correctly," Salazar said from across the room, where he was apparently reading but had clearly been listening to every word. "Before you argue about when to begin teaching him, it might be worth acknowledging that in some respects he's already begun." Godric looked at Harry. Harry looked at Godric. Then he held up one of the runic cards, offering it. Godric took it. Looked at it. Looked at Harry. "Elder Futhark," Godric admitted. "'Twas the rune of justice." He held it out to Harry, who took it back with great satisfaction and placed it precisely back in its group. "We don't need to push him," Helga said from the kitchen doorway, where she'd appeared in time to witness the last part of the exchange. "We need to follow him. There's a difference." This became, somewhat accidentally, the fundamental philosophy of Harry's early education, not a curriculum imposed from above but a set of doors opened in response to wherever his curiosity led, which turned out to be everywhere. He wanted to know why the fire changed color when Godric was in a good mood. He wanted to know why Salazar's snakes, there were always snakes, this was simply a fact of life at Godric's Hollow, moved differently from garden snakes. He wanted to know why Rowena's maps showed the same places in different positions and whether the places moved or the maps were wrong. He wanted to know where his parents were. That last one came on a Tuesday in spring when he was 3, delivered without warning while Helga was teaching him to identify herbs by smell. He had a sprig of rosemary in one hand and he looked up at her with his father's face and his mother's eyes and said, very clearly, "Where's my mum?" Helga sat down cross-legged on the garden path right there, because this was clearly a sit-down conversation, and she told him the truth. She told it simply, without softening it past the point of recognizable reality, the way she'd always believed difficult things should be told to children, with respect for what they were capable of understanding and without the particular cruelty of pretty lies that unraveled later. She told him there had been a man who did terrible things and chose harm at every crossroads where he could have chosen otherwise. She told him his mother had loved him with the whole of herself and that love had become something more powerful than the terrible man's worst weapon. She told him his father had fought to protect them both. She told him they were gone, which was the hardest word, but she said it without flinching because he deserved that steadiness. Harry was quiet for a while. Then he said, "But you're here." "Yes," she said. "And Godric and Rowena and Salazar." "Yes." He considered this with the gravity of a 3-year-old weighing something important. Then he picked up the rosemary again and held it under his nose and said, "Rosemary smells like the thing Salazar puts in the fire." "Frankincense," Helga said. Her voice was perfectly even. "Yeah. That." He sniffed the rosemary again. "I like it." She let him lead. He was learning grief and rosemary in the same conversation and he had chosen, for now, rosemary. She followed. Salazar was the one who first noticed that Harry could speak to snakes. It happened when Harry was 4, on a warm afternoon in June, when Salazar's preferred garden companion, a rather large non-venomous serpent called Mira, who had strong opinions about where she was allowed to sunbathe, had coiled herself in Harry's path and was apparently refusing to move. Harry stood in front of her, and instead of going around or calling for help, he lowered himself to a crouch and said something that made Salazar, watching from the doorway, go completely still. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language with a human alphabet. Harry was arguing with the snake about the sunniest spot in the garden with the relaxed fluency of someone who'd been having this conversation for years. Mira, after a moment of apparent consideration, shifted about 2 feet to the left. Harry said something that sounded distinctly like thank you, stood up, and walked through the space she'd vacated. Salazar stepped back inside before the boy turned and saw him in the doorway. He stood in the kitchen for a moment, very still, processing this in the way he processed all things, thoroughly and privately and without showing anything to his face that he hadn't decided to show. Then he went to find Rowena. "He's a parselmouth," he said. Rowena looked up from her desk. She read his expression the way she read everything, quickly and completely. How natural. Fluent. Conversational. He was negotiating over sunbathing rights with Mira. Rowena's mouth did the thing it did when something genuinely surprised her, which was almost nothing. The corners pressed together very slightly. "That's, yes. The last verified natural parselmouth before you was, I know." His voice was quiet. "After me, historically, it became associated with the dark lineages because of the way the gift passed down through certain branches of certain families." He paused. "Through Voldemort." Rowena watched him. "You're thinking of what that means for Harry. I'm thinking of how the world will receive it. The gift itself is neutral. It's a language." He sat down across from her with the deliberate care of a man who was managing something. "But they'll call it a dark sign. They always have." "Then we teach him before the world tells him what to think about it," Rowena said simply. Salazar was quiet for a moment. Then, very quietly, he said, "I should have done that the first time." "With the boy who, Salazar?" Rowena's voice was not unkind. "We don't have time for the past. We have a 4-year-old in the garden who needs someone to tell him that his language is not a curse." He went outside. Harry was sitting by the garden wall, watching a small grass snake make its way along the stones. He looked up when Salazar appeared, unsurprised by the company. Salazar came to the garden most afternoons, had since the beginning, though he was subtle about making it seem purposeful rather than habitual. "You can hear them," Salazar said, and sat down beside him on the wall. Harry looked at him sideways. "The snakes?" "Yes." Is it magic?" "Yes. It's a very old magic. A language older than English, older than Latin, older than any tongue with a written alphabet." Salazar watched the grass snake negotiate the rough stone. "It's called Parseltongue. And you speak it, which means you are a parselmouth." Harry turned this over. "Is it bad?" "No." The word came out with more force than he'd intended. He modulated. "It is a gift. It is your gift, and how you use it, like all gifts, determines its nature. Do you understand?" Harry thought about this with the seriousness he brought to everything Salazar said, which Salazar had noticed early and found quietly gratifying. Like how fire isn't bad but burning things on purpose is. Exactly like that. Salazar tilted his head toward the grass snake. "Talk to it. Tell me what it says." Harry's expression shifted into the particular focused softness he got when he was parcel speaking, that slight loosening around the eyes that meant he was slipping into a different register of communication. He spoke. The snake paused. Responded. Harry looked up. "She says there's a good nest under the south wall but someone keeps moving her stones." Salazar looked toward the south wall, where Helga had been doing some garden restructuring. "Tell her I'll speak to the someone." Harry did. The snake apparently accepted this, because she resumed her progress along the wall with noticeably more purpose. "Thank you," Harry said to Salazar. He meant it for the explanation as much as the snake negotiation, and Salazar knew it. "Don't thank me," he said gruffly. "Just use it well." Harry grinned at him, the wide, slightly crooked grin he'd inherited entirely from James Potter and had been deploying since about 18 months to devastating effect. Even Salazar was not immune, though he maintained he was. "You always say that." "I always mean it." "I know." Harry hopped off the wall. "I'm going to go ask Helga if she's been moving the snake's rocks." "She has." "I know. I'm going to watch her face when I ask." He ran back toward the house. Salazar watched him go, and the expression that had been unnameable in the garden on that first night had a name now. He'd been avoiding naming it for 4 years, but watching this small ridiculous boy run toward the kitchen door with complete confidence and no hesitation, he let himself acknowledge it. It was love. Complicated and late-arrived and slightly against his better judgment, but that was always how Salazar Slytherin had loved things. Against his better judgment, and absolutely. The seasons turned. Harry grew. The house grew with him. Salazar extended it twice without announcing he was doing it, so that what had been Harry's small first room expanded gradually into a proper space, and then a space with room for the books that had begun to accumulate along every available surface, and then a space with a window seat where he could sit and look out over the garden in the evenings when the light was particularly good. Godric built him a training yard when Harry was 5 and came to him very seriously and asked to learn to fight. Not because he was afraid of anything, he explained, but because it seemed important, the way Rowena said all knowledge was important. Godric had built the yard in an afternoon, biting back something that was somewhere between laughter and overwhelming emotion, and had begun teaching him the following morning. Harry was terrible for approximately 3 months. Then he wasn't. Then he was somewhere between excellent and alarming, which was the category Godric mentally filed as exactly like me at that age and found he had no complaints about. They used practice wands first, shortened, simplified, calibrated to channel young magic without the feedback loop that could hurt an untrained child. Harry's power was evident immediately, not because it was dramatic but because of the efficiency of it. When other children learning magic leaked excess energy at the edges, sparks, smoke, uncontrolled gusts, Harry's magic went exactly where he pointed it and stopped when he was done. It was like watching someone with unusually good handwriting. The precision was innate, everything else was technique, and technique was learnable. Rowena, observing a practice session when Harry was 6, said, "He has more raw control than any student I've seen at first year. Possibly any student at any year." "He doesn't have a first year yet," Godric said, watching Harry put a practice shield against a spell that should have knocked him sideways and instead dissipated on contact. "No. But when he does, Hogwarts is going to be very interesting." Helga was teaching him herbology and potions and the magic of living things, not just plants but the web of connections between them, the way magical ecosystems functioned, the old arts of healing that predated anything in the standard Hogwarts curriculum. Harry had an instinctive feel for this kind of magic that delighted her. He was curious about every living thing in the garden and could identify 40 magical plants by the time he was 6, not by having memorized a list but by having met them, spending time with them, learning their particular qualities the way you learn the qualities of a person. He once spent 2 weeks nursing a dying flobberworm back to health. Salazar suggested this was perhaps an inefficient use of time. Harry explained, very seriously, that everything alive deserved a chance. Salazar had looked at the flobberworm for a long moment and then said, "Fine. But you're doing it outside." From Salazar, Harry learned strategy, history, and the particular art of thinking about thinking, metacognition, the analysis of how decisions were made and why, the patterns underneath events that looked random on the surface. Salazar taught him wizarding history without the censorship of the textbooks, which meant Harry knew about the founder's own conflict from multiple perspectives before he was 8. The day Salazar explained his own role in the schism, what he had believed and why, and what his school within a school had eventually produced, was one of the hardest days of Harry's young life. He sat across from Salazar at the kitchen table and listened to the whole of it, and when it was done he was quiet for a long time. Then he said, Do you think he would have been different if you'd stayed? Salazar looked at his hands. Tom Riddle. Voldemort. He said the names without flinching, which was something he'd insisted on from the beginning, the refusal to treat a name as a weapon. I don't know. I've thought about it he stopped. For a very long time. Perhaps. Perhaps not. The choices were his. The responsibility was his. He looked up. But I could have chosen better at several points, and I didn't, and the world I left behind was poorer for it. Harry considered this. Rowena says that's the hardest kind of regret. When you can't unknow what a different choice might have been. Rowena is occasionally annoyingly correct. I won't tell her you said that. I would appreciate that. But I think, Harry said carefully, that you're here now. And that matters too. Salazar didn't say anything. He picked up his book. But something around his expression had changed, very slightly, in the way stone changes when it's been standing in sun for a long time, not dramatic, not sudden. Just warmer. Rowena taught him languages, Latin, ancient Greek, Old Norse, and enough early Arabic to work with the astronomical texts that formed a significant part of her personal library. She taught him arithmancy and runecraft and the theoretical foundations of magic that most wizards never learned because Hogwarts didn't offer them until 7th year and most students arrived already too set in their practical habits to find theory interesting. Harry found theory fascinating, which Rowena treated as the bare minimum of acceptable behavior. She also taught him chess, which he beat her at by the time he was 9, which she refused to acknowledge directly but which Helga and Godric both noticed because Rowena quietly stopped playing chess in the evenings and started playing a significantly more complex variant involving 4 boards and time restrictions. You could just say he won, Helga suggested. He knows he won, Rowena said, moving a piece with unnecessary precision. That's sufficient. Rowena. Don't. He'd like to hear, he knows, Rowena said again, quietly, and something in her voice made Helga let it go. Some things between brilliant people who cared about each other were communicated sideways, in variants of chess and increasingly complex magical challenges and the specific quality of attention that Rowena brought to every single thing Harry did. He knew. He'd always known. By the time Harry was 9, he could perform nonverbal magic with reliable accuracy, read runes in 3 dead languages, identify 47 magical plants by touch alone, brew 7 standard healing potions and 4 that weren't standard, hold a conversation in Parseltongue complex enough to discuss philosophy, and beat Godric in a training duel if Godric was fighting at about 60%. At 65%, Godric still won. Harry was working on this. The elements came separately, which surprised all of them, because they'd half expected something dramatic, a single moment, a revelation. Instead it was incremental and quiet and deeply Harry, which meant it happened mostly in the middle of ordinary things and was noticed only in retrospect. Fire came first, when he was 5, because Godric's influence was the most immediate and most daily. Harry had been trying to light a candle with a practice wand and had been frustrated, not frightened or upset, just quietly determined in the way he got when something was resisting him, and then something had shifted in his expression and the candle had lit and so had the 2 beside it and the one across the room and the fireplace, all at once, all the same shade of warm gold. Godric had stared at all 4 flames and then at Harry and said, again. Harry had looked pleased with himself. He'd done it again. Water came when he was 7, on a day when they'd gone to the coast, Rowena's idea, for the astronomical observation, but Harry had spent the whole trip at the waterline, crouching at the edge of the tide with his hands in the water and his expression very focused. On the way home he'd asked Helga whether water was alive in the same way that plants were alive. In a different way, she'd told him. Water carries life. It connects everything. He'd thought about that for a week, and then he'd started making rain. Small rain, at first, indoor rain over his own head while he read, which Salazar found extremely counterproductive but tolerated. Then proper rain, controlled, directed, and eventually the ability to call water toward him and hold it and move it with the same efficiency he brought to everything else. Earth magic was Helga's gift to him, grown through years of time in the garden, hands in soil, learning the language of roots and seeds. He didn't throw boulders, that was the misunderstanding about earth magic that most wizards carried. He listened to what was underground. He could feel the shift of weight and pressure through stone the way other people felt warmth through wood. He could make things grow. He could make foundations hold or fail. He understood stability in a way that was almost physical, like proprioception. Air was last and came from Rowena, through years of astronomy and the mathematics of movement. He learned to feel pressure differentials the way he'd learned to feel magical fields, as information, as data, as the world telling him things it told everyone but that most people forgot to listen to. When the air magic clicked into full use, he was 10, standing on the roof watching a storm come in from the north, and he'd simply stepped off the edge of the roof. He hadn't fallen. Rowena, who had apparently anticipated this possibility and stationed herself in the garden below with a safety net that she absolutely did not use, looked up at him floating 12 feet in the air with his arms out and his face turned into the wind and said, "This is exactly what I expected and I require you to come down before Godric sees this because I refuse to deal with him being smug about it." Harry laughed and came down slowly, drifting rather than dropping, and landed on the garden path as lightly as a decision made with confidence. "All four," Helga said from the kitchen doorway. She wasn't surprised. She'd been watching for this the way you watch for the last piece of something to fall into place. "He's got all four." "The fifth founder," Godric said, and he was smiling the way he smiled when something happened that he'd been waiting for and hadn't wanted to want too much in case it didn't happen. "There it is." "Don't make it dramatic," Rowena said. "It is dramatic. It doesn't need to be announced dramatically." "I wasn't going to, you absolutely were." Harry, standing between them all, looked around at the four people who had raised him, who had given him their languages and their magic and their specific, particular, difficult, wonderful ways of loving, and said, "Can we have dinner? I'm starving." Godric laughed so hard he knocked over a garden planter. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Tuesday in September, which was early. Normally letters were sent July 31st, and it arrived not by owl but by direct magical conveyance, sliding under the front door on its own power and landing on the breakfast table with a weight that seemed disproportionate to its size. Harry picked it up. "Read it." Put it down again and ate a piece of toast. "Well?" Rowena asked. "Hogwarts," he said. "We know it's Hogwarts. 1st of September. He picked up his tea. "Next year." "Next year?" Helga looked at the letter. They sent two," Salazar said, who had arrived in the kitchen without any of them noticing, which was still a thing he did. He was holding the second letter, which had arrived tucked behind the first and which had no Hogwarts seal. It was sealed with a different mark entirely, a phoenix, done in faded gold wax. "This one is from Dumbledore. Personally." He set it on the table. "He wants to meet Harry before school starts." Everyone looked at the letter. "How does he know Harry's here?" Godric said, very quietly. "He's been watching," Salazar said. "Not our wards, he can't see through our wards. But he tracked the name. When Harry Potter's name appeared on the Hogwarts enrollment registry, Dumbledore would have been notified immediately." He paused. "He's been waiting for this letter since 1981. Harry looked at the letter. Then he looked up at Salazar. "Can I read it?" Salazar slid it across the table. Harry read it. It was, by all surface measurements, a very kind letter. It expressed that Dumbledore was aware Harry Potter was alive and had been raised in an unregistered private location. It expressed admiration for Harry's obvious care and safety. It expressed warmth, wisdom, and the particular gentle authority of a man who was accustomed to being the most reasonable person in any room. It also, between every line, assumed that Harry was Dumbledore's to arrange. Harry read it twice, put it down, and said, "No." "No to meeting him?" Helga asked. "No to meeting him first." Harry's expression was perfectly calm. He wants to meet me before school. Before I've met anyone else. Before I've formed my own opinions. He wants to be the first thing. He looked at Salazar. That strategy, right? Controlling the first impression. Salazar's expression was very still. Yes, he said. That's exactly what it is. So we go to school, Harry said. And we meet him there. On neutral ground. He picked up his toast again. And if he wants to have a conversation, he can do it where everyone can see. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Right, Godric said, and he sounded very proud. Right. We do it that way. We should still respond to the letter, Rowena said. Ignoring it tells him we're afraid of him. What should we say? Helga asked. That Harry Potter looks forward to meeting the headmaster, Harry said, at Hogwarts, in September. Salazar was looking at him with that expression again. The one with the name. Helga wrote the response. She added, in her own handwriting at the bottom, a line that none of them discussed but all of them felt, he has been well cared for. He comes to school ready. She sealed it and sent it with their owl, a large and self-important barn owl named Cato who Salazar claimed he didn't care about and who spent most evenings on Salazar's shoulder. The reply from Dumbledore arrived 2 days later. It was brief, gracious, and entirely unreadable, the response of a man too experienced to show his hand to a letter. But Harry saw, before Helga sealed it away, that the handwriting at the bottom of Dumbledore's response was very slightly different from the rest. Still neat, still controlled, but the pen pressure had changed. He filed that away in the particular part of his mind where Salazar had taught him to file things that might matter later. Summer turned toward autumn. Harry spent it training, reading, learning, spending time in the garden and the kitchen and the training yard and on the roof with the wind coming in from the north. He spent it being the specific person 10 years with these 4 extraordinary, complicated, deeply human people had made him. On his last evening before things began to change, he sat on the roof with Godric, who had, over the years, developed a habit of sitting on rooftops, which Helga called architectural disrespect and Rowena called an observable response to surplus energy, and looked out over the village and the dark fields beyond. Are you afraid? Godric asked. Of what? School. Other people. Godric paused. Dumbledore. Harry thought about it seriously, because Godric hated it when people said no reflexively just to sound confident. Not afraid, he said. A bit, like standing at the top of something tall, before you jump. That's not fear, Godric said. What is it? Readiness. Godric looked out at the fields. The body knowing something's about to happen and getting ready for it. A pause. You were ready on the roof when you stepped off. You didn't fall. You never fall when you're truly ready. Harry was quiet for a moment. What if they try to change me? Then you don't change. Godric said it the way he said the things he was absolutely certain of, flatly, without drama, as if the alternative was not worth discussing. You know who you are. 4 people who know more magic than anyone alive spent 10 years making sure of it. He looked at Harry. Let them try. Harry smiled. The wind came up off the fields and moved through his hair and smelled like autumn and stone and the first distant breath of something new. Okay, he said. Let's go to Hogwarts. Chapter 2, The Education of the 5th Founder. The morning Harry turned 5, Godric was already in the training yard before dawn. Harry found him there at first light, because Harry had always been an early riser, something Helga attributed to good habits and Salazar attributed to the fact that he'd spent his first year sleeping in a house with 4 adults who kept wildly inconsistent hours. Either way, he came down the stairs in the grey pre-morning quiet and saw light in the yard and went toward it the way he always went toward things that were happening without him. Godric was moving through a long, flowing sequence of movements that weren't quite a dance and weren't quite combat and were both of those things and something older than either. His hands were empty but the air around them wasn't. Harry could see the shimmer of displaced energy, the faint heat distortion of power held and moved precisely. In the grey light his cuffs burned gold. He stopped when Harry appeared in the yard doorway. "You're up early," he said. "So are you." "I don't sleep much." Godric tilted his head. "How old are you today?" 5. Godric looked him over with the professional assessment he usually reserved for potential sparring partners. Harry stood up a little straighter without meaning to. "Old enough," Godric said. "Come here." He spent the next 2 hours teaching Harry how to fall. Not fight, fall. How to take a hit, how to roll, how to go with force rather than against it. How to find the floor without finding it with your face. Harry took his first proper tumble about 20 minutes in and came up spitting grass and grinning, and Godric said, "Again," and Harry went again, and the sun came up over Godric's hollow while a 5-year-old and a 1,000-year-old sorcerer worked through the oldest lesson in combat: the body is a tool, and tools need to know their own limits before they can exceed them. "Why do we start with falling?" Harry asked at the end, when they were sitting against the yard wall with their backs to the stone and the morning properly arrived. "Because everyone falls," Godric said. "The question is whether you know how to get back up." Harry thought about that. That sounds like something Salazar would say. Salazar and I agree on more than either of us likes to admit. Godric's mouth curved. "Don't tell him that either." "I'm keeping a list," Harry said. "Of all the things I'm not telling people." Wise. Breakfast that morning was chaotic in the way that all of Harry's birthdays were chaotic, which was a particular kind of chaos, warm and loud and full of overlapping conversations and the specific comedy of 4 people with very different ideas about celebration trying to execute a shared one. Helga made an enormous amount of food. Rowena gave him a book, which she had clearly spent real thought on, an annotated collection of mythological accounts of elemental magic from 6 different cultures, selected, he understood later, because she wanted him to see that what he was learning had roots in every human tradition, that it wasn't an accident or an anomaly but something that kept being discovered because it was real. Salazar gave him a chess set. "You already taught me chess," Harry said. "That was practice. This is your own set." Salazar sat down across from him at the breakfast table. "Play me." Harry played him. He lost in 11 moves, which was still much better than he'd been doing 2 months ago. Salazar had the particular teaching method of someone who believed the fastest path to improvement was losing to someone better, not losing cruelly, not losing while being lectured, just losing cleanly and being shown the moment it happened and why. "There," Salazar said, moving the piece that finished it. "What did you miss?" Harry looked at the board. "Thought. I was watching your right side and not your left. You were watching what I showed you and missing what I didn't. How do you look at both?" "You don't look at both." Salazar began resetting pieces with efficient motions. "You look at neither. You look at the pattern. Any individual piece is a distraction. The board as a whole tells the truth." He glanced up. "This applies to everything. Chess, combat, politics, people." He set the last piece in place. Again. Godric gave him a gift in the yard after breakfast, a practice sword, sized for a child, balanced by what was clearly expert enchantment. Not a toy. A real training weapon, properly made, with the weight distribution of something you were supposed to learn from. Harry held it and felt immediately that this was right in the same way that the runic cards and the garden and the water at the coast had been right, not because it was comfortable but because it fit something in him that had been waiting to be fitted. He didn't put it down for 3 days. The 5 years between that birthday and his 10th followed a rhythm that was organic and unpredictable because it was built around what Harry needed rather than a predetermined schedule, and what Harry needed turned out to be everything. He had his parents' particular gift for connection, James Potter's easy warmth, Lily Potter's relentless curiosity, and the 4 people who'd raised him had given that gift every possible direction to run in. He read everything. He asked questions about everything. He was interested in everyone he encountered, even peripherally, the owls, the snakes, the village cats who occasionally wandered into the garden, the occasional stranger passing on the road below the wards who Harry would observe from the upper window with a focused attention that was entirely Rowena's. He wasn't sheltered. The founders had made a deliberate, sometimes argued decision not to shelter him from the world's difficulty or complexity. He knew about Voldemort by 5 and about Horcruxes by 8, when Salazar judged he was old enough to understand what the word meant and young enough that understanding it wouldn't become a wound that drove everything else out. The Horcrux conversation happened in the study, on an autumn evening when the rain was doing what autumn rain in England does, coming down with a kind of grey determination that suggested it had nowhere else to be. Harry had been reading and Salazar had been at his desk, and Harry had looked up from his book and asked, "What did Voldemort do to not die?" Salazar put down his quill. He gave it to Harry straight, the theory of soul-splitting, the act of murder that made it possible, the objects, 7, he believed, though the precise number was uncertain, that had been made into vessels. He explained what it meant for Voldemort's defeat to be permanent versus temporary. He explained that the night in Godric's Hollow had been temporary. Harry listened to all of it without interruption and then sat with it in silence for a while. Then he said, "So he's not gone. A shadow of him remains. Anchored by the Horcruxes." Salazar was watching him carefully, ready for any direction this went. "As long as even one exists, he can return. Then we find them. Eventually, yes. When you're ready, not eventually." Harry looked up from the book with something in his eyes that Salazar recognized, because he'd seen it in the mirror. The particular expression of a person who has identified a problem and intends to solve it. "We find them and we destroy them, and then when the rest of him tries to come back, there's nothing for him to come back to." He paused. "Right?" Salazar considered him for a moment. "Essentially correct. Then we plan for that." Harry said it the way Salazar had taught him to say things he'd decided, not asking permission, not performing certainty he didn't feel, just stating a course of action with the same matter-of-fact clarity he'd used to say "We're going to the garden. Tell me what we know about where they might be." Salazar pulled up a chair. He talked for 3 hours. Harry asked questions that were sometimes startlingly perceptive and sometimes questions that required Salazar to explain foundational context, which Salazar provided without condescension because he'd never seen the point of condescension towards someone who was learning. By the end they had a rough framework, not a plan yet, more an orientation. The knowledge that there were anchors. The understanding that the anchors needed to be found and the magic of their destruction was specific and required specific tools. Basilisk venom, Harry said. Or fiend fire. The venom would need a delivery method. You can't exactly carry a basilisk around. What about the sword? Harry was quiet for a moment. Gryffindor's sword. Godric's. Goblin-made silver absorbs certain things, Rowena told me about it. If it was used to kill a basilisk, would the silver carry the venom? Salazar stared at him. I read the metallurgy section last week, Harry said, slightly defensively. The one about goblin-forged absorbing strength properties. I was curious. You, Salazar stopped. Started again. The sword is at Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office. Then we'll get it when we get there. The certainty in his voice was not arrogance. Salazar had spent enough time watching arrogance, in his own younger self, in Tom Riddle, in the aristocratic students he'd taught across centuries, to know the difference between arrogance and this. Arrogance needed to impress. What Harry had was just confidence, the simple deep-rooted assurance of someone who had been taught well enough to trust their own thinking. It was, he reflected, extremely satisfying to have had a hand in. Rowena's lessons were their own world entirely. She taught him in the study mostly, across the big table that had slowly over the years disappeared beneath books and star charts and runic diagrams and the accumulated evidence of what it looked like when two people with very active minds were given access to a shared library and no restrictions on curiosity. She had no formal syllabus. She followed threads wherever they led, if a rune question led to a discussion of Norse cosmology which led to a question about comparative magical traditions which led to a deep dive into early Arabic astronomical mathematics, they did all of that, in sequence, until the thread ran out or Harry's eyes started glazing, which was rare and which Rowena treated as a signal to change approach rather than stop entirely. She was demanding in a way that was entirely impersonal and therefore somehow easier to bear than a demanding teacher who made it personal. When Harry got something wrong, she didn't express disappointment. She asked, "What's the error in your reasoning?" and waited until he found it. When he got something right, she said, "Yes, that's correct," and moved on. The absence of effusive praise was consistent enough that when she occasionally said something like, "That's a genuinely interesting insight," Harry understood it as the highest form of compliment available and felt it accordingly. She taught him to cast without words, which most wizards didn't manage until at least 5th year, and she taught him to cast without a wand, which most wizards never managed at all, by starting from theory rather than practice, explaining the mechanical relationship between intention, focus, and magical output until he understood it so completely that removing the intermediary of a wand was a logical step rather than a miraculous one. The first time he managed wandless magic with conscious control, he was 7. He'd been reading about elemental binding, which was the ancient practice of connecting a specific type of elemental magic to an environmental anchor, and had put the book down mid-chapter to try something. He'd looked at a candle on the desk. He'd thought about fire, not Godric's fire specifically, but the nature of combustion, the chemical reality of it, the physics of heat and light, and the magical reality that sat underneath those physics the way a current sat underneath still water. The candle lit. He'd looked at Rowena. She'd looked at the candle. "Do it again," she said. He did it again. And then all the candles, and then controlled them, brighter, dimmer, the flame to the left, the flame out and back. Not with effort, with intention. With clarity. Rowena watched this for about 2 minutes and then said, "I need you to understand something." She waited until he was looking at her properly. "What you just did would take most adult wizards months of specialized training. What you did with the elemental control would take most of them years. And none of them would have arrived at it from reading metallurgy and thinking about combustion physics." She paused. "I'm not telling you this so you feel superior. I'm telling you so that you calibrate your expectations correctly when you go into the world. You will be significantly ahead of your peers in most measurable magical areas. Your job is not to lord that over them. Your job is to use it well." Harry nodded. "But I don't have to pretend I'm not." Rowena looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "No. Absolutely not. Pretending weakness you don't have is dishonest and also strategically foolish." She turned back to her book. "I raised you better than that." She had never used the word raised before. She said it without emphasis, without apparent awareness that it was significant, in the brisk matter-of-fact tone she used for everything she was sure of. Harry smiled at his book and didn't comment on it. Some things communicated sideways, and that was fine. Helga's teaching was the most different from the others because Helga didn't really think of what she did as teaching. She thought of it as being with. She brought Harry into everything she did, the garden, the kitchen, the healing work she sometimes did on magical creatures that found their way to the Hollow's extensive grounds, the long walks she took in the early morning or the late evening when the light was particularly beautiful. She talked to him the way she talked to adults, which meant she talked to him about real things, about what she was thinking, about why certain decisions were hard, about the texture of the world and the people in it. She was the one who taught him how to read people. Not strategically, the way Salazar might have framed it, but emotionally, the way you learned to understand what someone needed before they said it, the way you made a person feel seen even when you couldn't fix whatever was wrong. She'd been doing it her whole life, the practice of genuine attention, and she gave it to Harry the way you give someone a language, not through instruction but through immersion, through being the person who modeled it and lived it daily until it became part of how he moved through the world. The result was someone who was, by 9, simultaneously one of the most magically powerful people anyone at Godric's Hollow had encountered and also someone who remembered your name after one meeting and noticed if you'd had a difficult morning and could make a stranger feel comfortable in under 60 seconds. This combination, Helga privately thought, was the actual dangerous thing. Power alone was manageable. Power plus genuine human warmth was transformative. She didn't tell him this. He would find out. The arguments were part of it too. The founders argued constantly, about Harry's education, about each other's methods, about history and theory and what the best approach was to any given problem, and they did it in front of Harry because Helga had put her foot down early about the alternative. She'd seen enough children raised in households where adults pretended everything was fine and then expressed private discord in 100 ways the children were supposed to not notice. She wasn't doing that. She was raising someone who could handle complexity and contradiction, and you didn't learn that by watching people pretend everything was simple. So Harry grew up watching Godric and Salazar argue about the nature of magical inheritance with the particular heat of two people who had 1,000 years of unresolved history between them, and watching Rowena and Helga debate educational philosophy with the focused intensity of two people who agreed on the goal and disagreed about almost everything else. And watching all four of them suddenly find common ground when it mattered and close ranks around something they all believed in, and learning from all of it. The argument about the prophecy happened when Harry was 7, in the kitchen, loudly enough that he heard it from the garden and came inside to listen from the hallway. Rowena had found a copy of the prophecy in the historical magical record, not the full text, but enough to establish its content. Salazar had read it. Godric had read it. The conversation had started quiet and escalated quickly. He should know, Rowena said. He's old enough to handle the information and it concerns him directly, it concerns who he might become if we let it define him, Salazar said sharply. A prophecy is a probability, not a certainty. If we present it to him as his purpose, I'm not suggesting we present it as his purpose. I'm suggesting we present it as information. Information shapes, withholding information also shapes, Rowena said, and her voice had gone to that particular controlled precision that meant she was genuinely angry. Do not talk to me about the dangers of knowledge, Salazar. Don't. That's not what then what are you? He's 7 years old, Salazar said. He should not be carrying the weight of someone else's prediction about what he might have to do, then how do you suggest we frame it? I don't suggest we frame it at all. Not yet. When? When he's 11. 12. When a teacher at Hogwarts tells him. When Dumbledore uses it to manipulate him. Rowena's voice didn't rise, which was somehow more effective than shouting. I would rather he hear it from us, in this kitchen, where we can give it context and perspective and refuse to let it be more than it is. Helga, who had been silent this whole time, said, she's right. Both of them looked at her. She's right, and you know she's right, Salazar, and the reason you're resisting isn't strategic. Helga set down the bowl she'd been holding. It's because you're afraid of watching him hear it. The kitchen was very quiet. Then Salazar said, yes, very quietly. Just that word. Just the acknowledgement, which cost him something, and everyone in the room knew it. Harry came in from the hallway. They all looked at him. He looked back at them with the expression he got when he'd been listening and knew they knew he'd been listening and had decided to just go ahead anyway. Then he sat down at the table and said, tell me about the prophecy. They did. Helga told it mostly, with Rowena filling in context and Godric occasionally interjecting with the bluntness that was his particular gift. Salazar sat across from Harry and watched his face the whole time. Harry listened. When it was done he was quiet for a bit, turning it over. Then he said, so the prophecy says one of us has to kill the other. It says neither can live while the other survives, Rowena corrected. That's not the same thing. Sounds similar. It would, if you read it at face value. But prophecies are probabilities, Harry said, because he'd been listening from the hallway for part of the Salazar-Rowena debate. Not certainties. Salazar, very slightly, looked relieved. But also, Harry said, Voldemort did try to kill me and it destroyed most of him. So the prophecy might just be describing what already happened. He looked at Rowena. Right? Rowena blinked. It was extremely rare. Yes. That's a legitimate reading. Which means maybe it's already done. Mostly. He picked up an apple from the bowl on the table. And the rest of it is just finishing what's left. The Horcruxes. He looked at Salazar. Which we already talked about. The four of them exchanged a look that traveled around the table in about half a second. You're remarkably calm about this, Godric said. Harry shrugged. I've got you lot. And I've got 10 years before anyone needs me to do anything about it. He bit the apple. I'd rather worry about it when it's actually relevant. Godric laughed. Helga shook her head with a smile she wasn't quite managing to suppress. Rowena turned back to her book, which meant she was also smiling and didn't want to show it. Salazar stood up, walked to the counter, and put the kettle on without saying anything. After a moment he said, with his back to the room, I'll have tea if anyone is making it. Which, from Salazar, was practically a declaration of profound emotional relief. The founder's own history was the undercurrent of everything. Harry grew up watching four people who had once broken something important slowly, imperfectly, incompletely piece it back together. It happened in small ways, Godric handing Salazar a book without being asked because he'd remembered Salazar mentioning an interest in the topic, which was such an uncharacteristically thoughtful gesture from Godric that Salazar had stared at it for several seconds before accepting. Rowena and Helga going to the coast and coming back hours later than planned because they'd gotten into a conversation and forgotten to come back. Salazar and Godric arguing furiously about something historical and then, mid-argument, spontaneously and completely genuinely agreeing on the underlying principle, which both of them found so surprising they went quiet for a moment before resuming the argument from a slightly different angle. They were not a family in the conventional sense. They were something more complicated and more specific, for people shaped by radically different values who had all made different mistakes and who had agreed, this time, to try to do better. Harry was the center of that agreement, the shared project that had brought them back and kept them together, but he wasn't the cause of their reconciliation. That was their own work, done quietly in the margins of his education. He watched it happen, over years, and learned from that too. Learned that people with long-held differences could change course. That pride was a real obstacle and could be overcome. That the most important conversations were sometimes the ones that came after the big argument rather than during it. That choosing people, really choosing them, daily, even when it was frustrating, was what made something family rather than just proximity. He asked Godric once, when he was 9, sitting in the training yard after a session, were you and Salazar really close? Before everything. Godric was quiet for longer than usual. He was my brother, he said finally. Not in blood. In everything else. He turned the practice sword over in his hands. We built the school together. We argued about everything from the first stone to the last ward. He made it smarter and I made it braver and Helga made it kinder and Rowena made it sharper. He paused. It took losing each other to understand that what we'd built was stronger for the argument. We just took too long to realize the argument should have stayed an argument and not become a war. Do you miss him? The way he was then? He's still him, Godric said. Just, older. We all are. He glanced toward the house, where a light was burning in the study window. He loves you, you know. He wouldn't say so. He'll never say so directly. But you might as well know. I know, Harry said. Right. Godric stood up. Same form as yesterday. From the top. Harry stood up, raised his practice sword, and went from the top. The probe from Dumbledore was the first real indication that the world outside was paying closer attention than their wards had been designed to accommodate. It arrived on a Wednesday in October, when Harry was 9, approximately 16 months before the Hogwarts letter. It came as a seeking spell, not a person, delicate, high precision, the kind of magical reconnaissance that could slip through standard residential wards the way smoke slips under a door. It had been sent with real skill. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have worked. It touched the outer perimeter of Godric's Hollow's wards and was immediately and comprehensively absorbed, examined, identified, and responded to, all in about half a second. Rowena had built the ward response herself. The probe didn't bounce back the way a simple deflection would. It didn't alert Dumbledore that it had been detected, which would have told him he'd been anticipated. Instead, it sent back the impression of an ordinary house with ordinary occupants, a mild magical signature consistent with a low-level practitioner, a residential wards pattern that matched approximately 30 other houses in the area, nothing to look at here. What it did not send back was anything resembling the reality of the house, which was currently occupied by 2 children's worth of books per square foot, a training yard that bore physical evidence of sustained combat practice, for sleeping adults whose magical signatures were, collectively, genuinely without modern parallel, and 1 10-year-old sitting in the garden doing wandless runic work that would have made a 7th-year student's eyes water. Harry watched the probe arrive and dissolve through the ward boundary the way you watch a moth fly into a candle flame, briefly, without drama, and with the immediate understanding that it wasn't going to happen twice. He went inside and told Rowena. She was already aware, having felt it through the wards, but she looked up at him with something that was almost approval. "You felt that?" "It felt like a question looking for an answer," Harry said. "Is that what Dumbledore usually does?" "It's what anyone with his training and caution would do before arriving somewhere in person." Rowena set down her quill. "He doesn't know we're here. He knows something unusual is happening here. The ward structure is too clean for an ordinary family to have built, even if the surface red was unremarkable. He's testing." She looked at him steadily. "He will test again. In different ways." "What do we do?" "We let him test," she said. "Every test that returns nothing informative costs him something: time, certainty, the particular confidence of a person who believes they know more than they do." She picked the quill back up. "He's a brilliant man who is used to understanding things. The most disorienting thing we can do is remain consistently incomprehensible. So we just wait. We prepare," she said. "There's a difference." The second probe, 3 months later, was more sophisticated. It tried to latch onto the specific magical signature of a 1-year-old child who had survived the killing curse, a very specific resonance that should have been traceable if it was present. It found nothing it recognized, because Harry's magical signature had, over 10 years of active training and elemental work, developed into something so thoroughly layered and individual that it bore no resemblance to the infant baseline it had been seeking. That probe also returned nothing. There was no third probe. Instead, several months later, there was simply the Hogwarts letter, arriving early and directly and with a second envelope behind it. The winter before Hogwarts was its own chapter. Godric pushed the physical training harder than he ever had, not urgently, not with anxiety, but with the focused intensity of a craftsman finishing a work. He took Harry from sparring practice into full combat scenarios, setting up situations that required quick thinking under physical pressure, that combined magic and movement and the particular art of adapting in real time to an opponent who wasn't cooperating with your plan. Harry took a significant number of hits. He took them without complaint and learned from each one. "You're pulling your left," Godric said after a session where Harry had taken a disarming spell that he'd clearly almost blocked. "I know. I lead right. So does anyone who's watched you fight once." Godric circled him. "Fix it." "I'm trying to, don't try." "Do." "There's a difference." Harry reset. Godric attacked. Harry blocked with his right, corrected his left mid-motion, and the next disarming spell hit a shield rather than his chest. "Better," Godric said. "Was that almost right?" "That was right." He stopped circling. "I don't do almost, Potter. When it's wrong, I say wrong. When it's right, I say right." Harry caught his breath. "Salazar does the same thing." Because I was right about that, at least. Godric moved back to his starting position. Again. Rowena spent the winter on the theoretical work she considered most essential for Harry's first year, not the curriculum he'd be covering in classes, because most of that he'd done years ago, but the higher-level framework she wanted him to have. She taught him about magical theory at the level she'd originally built Hogwarts curriculum around before it had been simplified and simplified and simplified again over the centuries until what remained was functional but stripped of depth. She gave him back the depth. She also, quietly, taught him occlumency. She framed it as mental architecture, the art of organizing and protecting your own mind, of building internal structure that allowed you to function clearly under pressure, to access what you needed and shield what was private. Harry took to it with the same focused precision he brought to the runic work. By the time she considered him sufficient at the basics, he could, she estimated, keep out a moderate legilimens without effort. A skilled one would require work. An expert would require significant effort. Dumbledore, she knew, was an expert. He'll try to read you, she said, on the last evening before September 1st. Not violently, not overtly. But he'll look. He does it reflexively. What do you want me to show him? Rowena considered. Exactly as much as you choose, she said. That's the point. It's your mind. No one enters without permission. Harry nodded. Then he said, Rowena. He used her name without the slight formality he'd carried until recently, just in the last year or so, dropping it into conversation with the ease of something that fit perfectly. Thank you. For everything. She picked up her book. Don't be maudlin, she said. You'll see us at Christmas. I know. He was smiling. I'm still saying it. She turned a page. Her posture didn't change. But after a moment she said, without looking up, You've been the most interesting student I've ever had. That's a significant statement, given that I've had approximately 47,000. Harry laughed. She turned another page. Helga cried. She didn't call it crying, she said it was dust. It was a long way from the kitchen to the front door. She needed a handkerchief for reasons entirely unrelated to the small person carrying a school trunk through the gate. Harry accepted this fiction with great grace. He hugged her for a long time and she held on with both arms, and when she let go she held his face in her hands for a moment and looked at him with an expression that was 10 years of love condensed into something too big for a face to hold comfortably. You know who you are, she said. I know who I am, he agreed. And you know we're here. More actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Ancient founders returned at Godric's Hollow and raised Harry as fifth founder with all elements. Chapter 3. The boy who knew the Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 in the morning, and Harry spent the first 40 minutes sitting alone in a compartment, reading. Not because he was lonely or nervous or avoiding anyone. He was reading because the book was good. Rowena had slipped it into his trunk at the last moment, a thin volume of advanced ward theory with her own annotations in the margins, and the annotations were better than the book. He was 3 chapters in when the compartment door slid open and a girl with a lot of bushy brown hair and an expression of organized purpose looked in. Have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Harry looked up. Took her in properly, bright eyes, the slightly formal posture of someone performing competence, ink on her left hand, the particular energy of a person who had been excited about this day for longer than they'd admit. Haven't, he said. But try the compartments toward the front. Toads go forward, generally, they like warmth and the boilers up front. She blinked, reassessing him slightly. That's oddly specific. Helga's garden has 3 of them. He went back to his book, then stopped. Hermione Granger, he said. Not a question. She stared at him. How do you know my name? Your trunk in the luggage rack has your name on the tag, he said, and turned the book back over. Good luck with the toad. She left. He heard her say something to someone in the corridor, surprised, a little affronted, and underneath both of those things, interested. He filed that away the way Salazar had taught him to file things worth remembering. The compartment door opened again 10 minutes later, this time with less purpose and more awkward momentum. Two redheads, clearly brothers, clearly twins, clearly conducting some kind of ongoing bit that the rest of the world was invited to observe whether it wanted to or not. "Excuse us," one of them said. "Sorry," said the other. "Wrong compartment." "Or is it?" said the first. "Perhaps it's exactly right," said the second. Fate is mysterious, they agreed together, and then looked at Harry with the expressions of people auditioning for something. Harry looked at them over his book. "Fred and George Weasley," he said. "Sit down if you want." They sat with the unanimity of twins who had long since stopped being surprised by things and still managed to be surprised by this. "He knows our names," one of them said. "He reads people," said the other. "Actually your mum called you both by name on the platform. I was nearby." Harry marked his page. "You're both about to start your third year. You've modified at least 4 standard second-year spells, which I can tell because the wand burns on your sleeves are in patterns that don't match any standard charm coursework." He looked at them. "You're also carrying something that smells like Peruvian instant darkness powder, which means one of you already has a contact in Nocturne Alley, which is impressive for a 13-year-old. The twins looked at each other. "Fred," said one. "George," said the other. "We like him," they said together. They stayed for the rest of the trip. A round-faced boy named Neville joined them 20 minutes later, toadless, slightly embarrassed about it, the kind of person who apologized for taking up space in a room he'd been invited into. Harry shifted over to make room without making a thing of it, and Neville sat down with the relieved look of someone who'd expected to be tolerated and found himself welcomed instead. The toad, Harry told him, is in the second compartment from the front. The conductor has it. Neville's expression did something complicated. "How did you, the girl with bushy hair found it?" Harry said. "She looked like she'd solved the problem and was going to find the owner." "Hermione," Neville said, with the tone of someone who'd met Hermione Granger approximately 3 hours ago and had already fully adjusted his expectations of what people were capable of. "She's very..." He searched for the word. "Effective," Harry supplied. "Yeah." Neville smiled, tentative and genuine. "Yeah, exactly." The door opened again and this time it wasn't tentative at all. Draco Malfoy came in the way he'd clearly been taught to enter rooms, like the room was expecting him, like the room should be glad he'd arrived. He had 2 large boys with him who performed the function of atmosphere rather than thought. He looked at the compartment, identified Harry by some process of recognition that Harry suspected involved advanced preparation, and directed his attention there. "Harry Potter," he said. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said. Something shifted in Malfoy's expression, the very slight recalibration of someone who expected surprise and got none. He recovered smoothly. "I heard you were on the train. I thought we should meet before." He glanced at Fred and George with the particular look of someone cataloging social hierarchy and making assessments. "Before things get complicated." "Things aren't complicated," Harry said pleasantly. "Sit down." Malfoy blinked. The 2 large boys behind him shuffled uncertainly. This was not the script. "There's space," Harry added, indicating the seat across from Neville. "Unless you'd rather stand in the doorway." Malfoy sat. The large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, Harry remembered from Salazar's descriptions of the families to know, remained standing because there wasn't room, which made them look less like an entourage and more like furniture waiting to be moved. "You can wait outside," Harry told them. They looked at Malfoy. Malfoy, with the smoothness of someone who was going to pretend this had been his idea, said, "Yes, go on." They went. Malfoy settled himself and looked at Harry with grey eyes that were sharper than his performance suggested. He had his father's features and, Harry suspected, significantly more of his own intelligence than Lucius Malfoy would have wanted to encourage. "You're not what I expected," Malfoy said. "What did you expect?" "Someone less certain." He said it almost reluctantly, like an honest assessment that had escaped before he'd decided to give it. Most people at 11 are still figuring out where they're standing. I know where I'm standing. Harry looked at him steadily. The question is where you are. Malfoy opened his mouth, reconsidered, and said, Slytherin, obviously. Obviously. And what? And what kind of Slytherin? Harry held his gaze. There are two kinds. The kind that uses the house's values to build something real. And the kind that uses the house's reputation to avoid having to prove anything. He paused. Salazar himself was the first kind. Most of the rest of the history has been the second. Malfoy's face had gone very still in the way faces go still when something has landed accurately. You know a lot about the founders for an 11-year-old. I've had good teachers. The train moved through the countryside and the conversation didn't stay heavy. Fred and George had the particular gift of ensuring that no conversation stayed heavy for very long, deploying it with the precision of people who understood that levity was its own kind of intelligence. Neville relaxed by degrees, losing the apologetic posture as the hour went on. Malfoy was quieter than he'd arrived, which Harry suspected was him processing something rather than retreating from it. Hermione Granger came back when they were an hour from Hogwarts, with the toad tucked under one arm and a slightly combative expression suggesting she'd been rehearsing what to say to the boy who'd predicted her movements. You could have just told me you knew where it was, she said. You'd already decided to look yourself, Harry said. You didn't need me to solve it. You needed to solve it. She paused. That's very observant. Sit down, Granger, Fred said. He does it to everyone. It's alarming but you get used to it. She sat, handed Neville the toad, Trevor, apparently, and looked at Harry with the focused attention of someone adding information to an ongoing file. Harry Potter, she said. It had the tone of a statement she'd been meaning to make. Hermione Granger, he said. You knew my name from my trunk. Yes. You also, she said, knew that I would solve the toad problem myself, which means you assessed my personality in approximately 30 seconds. 25. Her expression was a precise mixture of affront and approval that he suspected she deployed often and that very few people read correctly. He read it correctly and smiled at her. I've read about you, she said, shifting to a different approach. All of us have, I suppose. The boy who lived. She watched him. You don't seem bothered by that. Why would I be? She blinked. Most people find it, a lot of pressure. A lot of expectation. Other people's expectations of me aren't my responsibility, Harry said. What I actually do is. He looked at her. You've read everything, haven't you? Not just about me, about Hogwarts, the curriculum, the history. Everything available, she said, slightly defensively. Good. We'll get along fine. When they were 20 minutes from Hogwarts and Neville had gone pale with anticipation and the twins had disappeared to rejoin their year group and Malfoy had returned to his own compartment with the thoughtful expression of a person who had expected a chess match and gotten something more like a mirror, Harry put his book away and looked out the window at the darkening countryside. Hermione was still there, writing notes in a small notebook. Are you nervous? She asked without looking up. No, Harry said. Not at all. Should I be? She looked up. Most people are. I'm not most people. She considered this. No, she said. I don't think you are. She went back to writing. After a moment, neither am I, actually. I know, Harry said. The castle came into view across the lake as the boats cut through black water, and Harry looked at it the way he looked at everything, directly, completely, taking it in without the filter of expectation or anxiety. It was enormous and old and layered with magic that he could feel even across the distance, the deep institutional magic of a place that had been built with intention and maintained with belief and held the presence of everyone who had ever lived and learned and grown in it. He felt, in the specific fold of that magic, for threads that he recognized. Not dramatically. Not loudly. Just there, woven into the foundation, the way a root system runs beneath the visible world. For distinct signatures, ancient and unmistakable, present in every stone of every tower. His family had built this. He was home in two different ways at once, and both of them were real. The great hall was louder than he'd expected and exactly as magnificent. He walked in with the other first years and looked up at the enchanted ceiling, Rowena's work, he knew, an understanding that made the star-scattered dark above them personal in a way it couldn't have been for anyone else in the room. He could feel the layered arithmancy that maintained the illusion, could sense the elegance of a system built to run itself for 1,000 years without degradation. "Gorgeous, isn't it?" Hermione murmured beside him. "She always had good taste," Harry said. Hermione looked at him. He realized what he'd said. He didn't correct it. Professor McGonagall moved them into a line with the efficient authority of a woman who had done this many times and had no patience for the parts of it that were waiting and shuffling. Harry looked at the staff table as the students settled, Dumbledore in the center, and there he was. White beard, half-moon spectacles, that particular quality of calm attention that Harry had been prepared for by Salazar's description and which still, in person, was notable. The kind of presence that made you want to be looked at by it and simultaneously understand why that wanting was something to examine. Dumbledore's eyes moved across the first-year line with the systematic interest of a man cataloging. They found Harry the way eyes always found Harry, quickly, easily, and stayed for half a second longer than they stayed on anyone else. Harry looked back. He kept his expression open and pleasant and thought about the ward theory annotations in Rowena's book, moving them through his mind like a meditation. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But something in his posture did, very slightly. Harry filed that too. At the far end of the table, Professor Quirrell was looking at the first years with a faint, nervous smile, the purple turban wrapped around his head at an angle that seemed slightly off, like something underneath it wasn't sitting right. Harry had looked at him for about 4 seconds before he felt it, not heard, not saw, felt, the way you felt cold air before you stepped outside. A presence underneath the turban that was wrong in a specific and unmistakable way. He knew what Voldemort's magical residue felt like. He'd studied it from the description Salazar had given, from every piece of magical theory Rowena had provided about the degraded soul. He'd been taught to recognize it the way you were taught to recognize a specific smell, not by encountering it but by building the recognition so precisely in theory that the reality would be unmissable. It wasn't unmissable. He looked away from Quirrell before Quirrell noticed the attention. Filed it in the specific internal cabinet labeled "Handle this," and listened to his name being called. The sorting hat made a show of it, which Harry had expected. He'd been told enough about the hat's nature to know it would find him interesting. It sat on his head and he felt it immediately, the sensation of something intelligent pressing against the outside of his mental architecture. "Well," said the hat. "This is unusual." Harry waited. "For houses," it said. "You carry all 4. I've been doing this for 1,000 years and I've never," a pause that felt like genuine recalibration. "The Founder's work is in you. All of it." "Yes," Harry thought at it. "And you're aware of what you are." "Yes." "Then you know this presents me with a problem," the hat said, and it sounded almost amused. "I sort students by their dominant traits." "You don't have a dominant trait. You have 4 balanced ones." "Then pick the one that fits the moment," Harry thought. "And which is that?" Harry thought about Godric. About what this year was going to require, the courage to be visible, to act, to face what needed facing without flinching. About the particular kind of bravery it took not to back down from what you were. Gryffindor, he thought. Interesting choice. Not the expected one. Is it not? Slytherin would have been strategically advantageous. Ravenclaw would have been academically appropriate. Even Hufflepuff would have given you allies among those who are often overlooked. A thoughtful pause. But you want to stand in the open. You want to be seen. I want to be honest, Harry thought. There's a difference. Gryffindor, the hat announced, very loud, with what Harry suspected was the hat equivalent of enthusiasm. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to the table with the easy, unhurried step of someone who knew exactly where they were going. He sat down, and Percy Weasley shook his hand with solemn intensity, and the twins cheered from the third-year section, and across the hall he caught Malfoy watching him with an unreadable expression. He held Malfoy's gaze for a moment and nodded, very slightly. Something that said I see you, and this doesn't change anything I said on the train. Malfoy looked away. But not quickly. Not dismissively. Thoughtfully. The sorting continued. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor with the expression of someone who had been confident and was relieved to be right. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor and looked like he'd been told he'd won something he hadn't entered. Ron Weasley, the youngest redhead Harry had spotted on the platform, easy grin, the particular energy of someone who wanted to be liked and was almost definitely going to be, went to Gryffindor too, and looked genuinely delighted about it. Ron sat down across from Harry with the immediate friendliness of someone who'd been raised in a large family and didn't really understand the concept of social warm-up periods. "You're Harry Potter," he said, and then looked slightly embarrassed. "Obviously." "Sorry." "Ron Weasley," Harry said. "Your brothers say good things." Ron's expression cycled through several things quickly: surprise, pleasure, slight suspicion that this was a joke, and then genuine warmth when he concluded it wasn't. "Which ones?" "Fred and George, mostly." They said good things." "Specifically?" "They said you were less of a swot than Percy and better in a crisis than any of the others." Harry reached for the food that had appeared at the end of the sorting. "Coming from them, that's fairly glowing." Ron laughed, surprised and pleased, and whatever distance there might have been between a boy famous from birth and a boy with 5 older brothers and a lot to prove dissolved quietly over a plate of roast chicken without either of them having to make a thing of it. The first week of classes was an exercise in patience that Harry had prepared for but still found required real effort. He sat through lessons in transfiguration, charms, potions, and herbology with the particular discipline of someone who knew a great deal more than was being taught and had committed to not making that everyone's problem. McGonagall's transfiguration class started with theory that Harry had covered at 7, moved to the match-to-needle practical that he could have done at 8, and he performed it correctly on the 3rd attempt rather than the 1st because he had decided that performing it on the 1st attempt in the 1st class was not something he needed to announce yet. Hermione got it on her 4th attempt and was visibly pleased with herself. Harry told her it was good work and meant it. She looked at him with a slight squint that suggested she was recalibrating something about him. Potions with Snape was the 1st class that required genuine attention. Severus Snape walked in the way Salazar had described him, precisely, with the controlled deliberateness of someone managing a great deal of internal weather, and began speaking with the particular contemptuous precision of a brilliant teacher who had, at some point, stopped expecting to be surprised. Harry listened to the opening remarks with real interest, not because the content was new but because the delivery was. Snape had a gift for making potions sound like both an art and a threat simultaneously. "Potter," Snape said, not looking up from his desk. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class went slightly still. Harry recognized the tone, not genuine inquiry. A test. A small power performance designed to catch someone unprepared and establish the dynamic of the room. "Draught of living death," Harry said. "The asphodel adds the sleeping death properties while the wormwood potentiates them. The resulting potion is one of the most powerful soporifics known, Class B controlled substance, requires ministry certification to brew commercially." He paused. "The name is also a reference to the asphodel meadows and wormwood in the sense of bitterness. There's a case that the potion was named as much for its symbolic associations as its botanical ones." The room was very quiet. Snape looked at him. It was a different look from the one he'd started the question with, the same level of control, but the calculation behind it had updated. "Where would you look," he said, "if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "Stomach of a goat." Though bezoars from Persian mountain goats have a higher efficacy than the European variety, the mineral content of the water affects the composition. Most commercial suppliers carry the European variety and don't make the distinction, which is why bezoar-based antidotes sometimes underperform at the critical concentration. Another silence. And, Snape said, in a slightly different register now, not the performance voice, something more genuine underneath it, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Same plant, Harry said. Different names. Aconitum. Also called aconite. Extremely toxic, strictly regulated, and the base compound for the wolfsbane potion, which, incidentally, wasn't successfully developed until the 1970s by Damocles Belby, which is relatively recent given that the werewolf condition has existed for, correct, Snape said, cutting him off. The word landed differently from how it had been meant to land when he'd started the exchange. He looked at Harry for one more moment. Then he looked at the class. Mr. Potter seems to have done some reading. The rest of you may wish to do the same. Hermione, beside Harry, leaned over very slightly and said under her breath, "You knew all of that?" "Helga's garden has aconite," Harry murmured back. "She's been telling me about it since I was 6. Hermione stared at him for 2 full seconds. "Who's Helga?" Harry smiled. "Someone who'd like you." After that class, walking back across the courtyard, Ron caught up on one side and Hermione on the other, which was already starting to feel like a natural configuration. "Snape looked like he didn't know what to do with you," Ron said. "That never happens. Fred says he's been making people cry since before any of us were born." "He's a good teacher," Harry said, which made both of them look at him. "He is. The contempt is a method, not an attitude. He wants people to work harder than they think they can. He's just not particularly interested in making it comfortable." He shrugged. "I've had teachers like that." "Who?" Ron asked. "Rowena," Harry said. "Is that another Helga?" Hermione asked. "They know each other," Harry said, which was technically true. Flying lessons happened on Thursday, and Harry was aware, as he stood in line on the lawn with his classmates, that this was going to be a moment. He had been flying since he was 10, had been more precisely not flying since he was 10, floating, hovering, drifting, falling upward on air currents that he invited rather than demanded. A broomstick was an entirely different mechanism, but the principle was the same, and the principle was something he understood at a level that went beyond technique. He called his broom up on the first command, the same as everyone managed eventually, not faster than anyone else, not performing. Flew calmly and correctly when Madame Hooch instructed them, did what was asked, didn't elaborate. What he didn't do was prevent Neville's accident. Neville panicked and shot upward before Hooch had finished the instructions, and Harry watched it happen with the split-second calculation of someone who could either stay back and let it resolve on its own, probably with a hard landing and a minor injury, or act. The acting was a decision, not a reflex. He was in the air before Neville reached the apex of his uncontrolled ascent, moving with the easy efficiency of someone who had spent a year learning to be comfortable at altitude, and he caught Neville's arm with one hand and slowed the broom's panicked pitch with the other, bringing it down in a controlled descent that deposited Neville back on the grass approximately 10 feet from where he'd started. Neville looked up at him, slightly windswept and extremely relieved. "How did you? Your grip was wrong," Harry said, landing beside him. "You were fighting the broom. You have to go with it, at least until you can tell it what to do." He looked at Neville's hands. "Here, hold it like this." Hooch was marching toward them. Harry felt every eye on the lawn and found he had no particular feelings about it. "Mr. Potter," Hooch said, and stopped. She looked at him. At Neville. At the controlled landing she'd clearly just witnessed from the ground. She opened her mouth. "Sorry," Harry said. "He was going to fall. I couldn't not." Hooch stared at him for a moment with the expression of someone revising a speech they'd already started. Then she said, "You're a natural." "I've had practice," Harry said. "On a broom?" "On the air," Harry said. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she said, to the assembled class, everyone watch Mr. Potter's hand position, and did not mention the unauthorized flight to anyone, then or later, which was its own kind of communication. McGonagall appeared at his shoulder within 48 hours and told him, with the focused control of a woman trying not to show that she was excited, that she'd recommended him for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He listened, thanked her, and found himself genuinely interested, not for the strategy or the competition but because flying with a team, with a broom, in a formal structure, would be different from the roof at Godric's Hollow, and different was interesting. He told Hermione and Ron about it at dinner. Ron's face did something remarkable, the complicated interplay of genuine happiness for his friend and the private grief of a boy whose family couldn't afford new equipment and who loved flying more than almost anything. Harry looked at him. "Can you fly?" "Charlie taught me when I was 6, Ron said. "Our brooms at home are rubbish, but, then try out for keeper," Harry said. "The Gryffindor keeper position's been held by a 5th year who's leaving at the end of term. Oliver Wood is going to need someone." Ron opened his mouth. "I'm a 1st year. They don't take first, they took me." A pause. That's different, you're, try out," Harry said simply. "The worst they say is not yet. But you won't know until you do." Ron thought about it. The thinking took about 4 seconds. "All right," he said. Harry nodded. Hermione, who had been watching this exchange with the observational intensity she brought to everything, said quietly, "You do that a lot." "Do what?" "See what people need." She said it carefully, as if testing the phrasing. "Not what they want. What they actually need." She was looking at her food. "It's uncommon." "Helga taught me," Harry said. Hermione looked up. "You say her name like she's important." "She is." He met her eyes. "All 4 of them are." She waited, and he could see her wanting to ask more, and he let that sit for a moment before saying, "I'll tell you eventually. When it's relevant." He reached for his glass. "Not yet." She accepted this with the grace of someone who recognized a genuine answer when it wasn't an evasion. "Okay," she said. The first encounter with the 3rd-floor corridor happened 2 weeks in, when Harry walked past it during an early morning exploration of the castle and stopped at the door. He could feel the magic on the other side, not the wards on the door, those were standard, but what was behind them. Layered, deep, deliberately constructed. A series of challenges. He recognized the work of several different magical hands in the design, including, faintly, the ghost of Dumbledore's own signature. He stood at the door for a moment. He didn't open it. Not because he was afraid of what was behind it, but because he already had a theory about what was being protected, and breaking in now would accomplish nothing. Whatever Dumbledore had placed here, he'd placed for a reason, and that reason involved bait. Harry walked away from the corridor and spent the morning in the library. By the end of October he had confirmed, through careful research and the application of everything Rowena had taught him about logical elimination, that the object being protected on the 3rd floor was the Philosopher's Stone, Flamel's Stone, moved from Gringotts after a break-in attempt, relocated here. And that the break-in attempt at Gringotts had been made by someone connected to Voldemort's remaining network. And that Quirrell's turban contained a fragment of what was left of Voldemort. He knew this the way he knew other things, not from one piece of evidence but from the convergence of several. The wrongness he'd felt at the sorting. The way Quirrell occasionally turned away from certain directions as if orienting towards something. The specific quality of dark magic residue that Rowena had described and that Harry had learned to identify the way you learn to identify a tone of voice. He didn't tell Dumbledore. He thought about it very carefully and decided not to, for 3 reasons. First, Dumbledore already knew there was a threat to the stone, that was why the challenges were there. Second, if Dumbledore knew specifically about Quirrell, he would act, which would move the stone to another location and eliminate the opportunity to let Voldemort make his move in a controlled environment. Third, and most importantly, Harry wanted to be the one who finished this. Not for glory. Not for the prophecy. Because Voldemort had killed his parents and had been a threat to everyone Harry loved for 11 years and was going to continue being that threat until either he succeeded or he was stopped, and Harry had been specifically trained to stop him. He told Ron and Hermione instead. He told them on a Sunday morning in November, in a corner of the common room, with the firelight low and the castle quiet around them, and he told them the way he told them everything, directly, without softening, without the particular condescension of someone who has decided to share information only after deciding what the listener can handle. Ron was quiet for a moment after. Then, Quirrell has Voldemort, has you-know-who, on the back of his head. Under the turban, yes. Don't call him you-know-who. Harry looked at him. It's a name. Giving it power makes you afraid of it. Right. Ron squared his shoulders. Voldemort. Okay. So what do we do? This was why Harry had told him, and why he'd been certain from the first weeks that Ron Weasley was someone worth telling. He didn't wring his hands. He didn't ask whether they should go to a professor. He accepted the information and moved directly to what do we do, which was the only question that mattered. We wait, Harry said. We let it develop. He's going to make a move for the stone, probably this year, probably when Dumbledore is away from the school. When he does, we'll be there. Just us? Hermione asked. Her voice was carefully controlled and only slightly higher than usual. Unless you'd rather not be, Harry said, meaning it. This isn't your problem. It's mine. I'm telling you because you're my friends and I trust you and you deserve to know what's actually happening. He looked at them both. But you don't have to come. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. A full conversation happened in approximately 2 seconds. Then Hermione said, "We're coming." Obviously, Ron said. Harry nodded. Something settled in him that he hadn't known was unsettled. How do you know all this? Hermione asked. The Philosopher's Stone specifically, Flamel's connection, Voldemort's method of survival, none of this is in any book I've found. My teachers, Harry said. The same ones who taught you potions theory and runic history and how to fly without a broom? He looked at her. You noticed that? I notice everything. She met his eyes. Who are they? Really? He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, people who know a lot about Hogwarts. About its history. He looked at the fire. About what it was built to be. Hermione studied him with the focused attention she reserved for unsolved problems. Then she said, very carefully, Harry. There are 4 dominant signatures woven into the foundational magic of this castle. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. The book says they faded after the founders' deaths. She paused. The book also says the signatures were unique to each founder and have never been replicated. Another pause. Yours has traces. Faint. But they're there. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle a clock struck the half-hour. When it's relevant, Harry said quietly. I'll tell you when it's relevant. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded and picked up her book. December arrived and Harry wrote letters home. He wrote them properly, one to Helga, one to Rowena, one to Godric, one to Salazar, because each of them was a different person and deserved a different letter. He told Helga about Neville and the flying, about the herbology class where Professor Sprout had asked a question about the medicinal properties of Didney and Harry had answered in more detail than was probably necessary and Sprout had looked at him like he'd given her a gift. He told Rowena about the library and which of Hogwarts' collection was adequately catalogued and which wasn't, and had suggestions. He told Godric about the Quidditch tryout and the training schedule and the fact that Oliver Wood's pre-dawn practice sessions were slightly deranged. He told Salazar about Quirrell, and about Malfoy, and about what he was planning. Salazar's reply came back in 2 days, which was fast. It was very short. Be certain before you act. Be ready before you move. Don't wait too long. And don't get hurt. The last is not negotiable. Harry read it 3 times and then folded it carefully and put it in the inner pocket of his robes where he kept things that mattered. The last class before Christmas break was potions. Snape taught them counteragents and Harry worked through the practical with the focused efficiency he brought to lab work. Snape circled the room and paused at Harry's workstation for slightly longer than the others, looking at the potion rather than at Harry. Correct temperature management, he said. Not praise. Assessment. You said last week that most students apply heat uniformly and then wonder why the reaction plateaus, Harry said. Variable application made more sense. Snape looked at him. You synthesize instruction rather than repeat it. Isn't that the point of instruction? A very slight pause. It should be. He moved on. After class, Hermione fell into step beside Harry in the corridor. He almost complimented you. He complimented the methodology. Same thing. Not to him, Harry said. She thought about it. You're right, she said. How do you read people like that? I grew up watching people who were all very different ways of being difficult love each other anyway, Harry said. You learn to look past the method to the person underneath. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, that's an unusual upbringing. Yes, Harry agreed. It really was. They walked back toward Gryffindor Tower through corridors that were loud with pre-holiday energy, students carrying trunks and arguing about who was taking the Hogwarts Express and who was staying. The castle around them was warm and ancient and full of the lived magic of 1,000 years of children growing up inside its walls. Harry felt the 4 foundational signatures as a constant background presence now, the way you felt the warmth of a fire even when you weren't looking at it. He'd told Rowena in a letter that it was like carrying home with him, and she'd written back that she was gratified to hear it, and that the East Tower ward matrix required some minor attention if he could manage it without being noticed. He'd managed it. Easily, during an early morning walk, his hands on the stone of the east corridor wall for about 45 seconds, 10 minutes of focused runic work done internally while he looked like someone stopping to tie his shoe. The founders had built the castle. Their heir was keeping it. He stopped at the top of the stairs and looked back along the corridor, then up at the ceiling, then out through the window at the dark grounds where the forbidden forest sat solid and ancient at the edge of the lamplight. Voldemort was in this building. A fragment of him, desperate and diminished, making plans. Harry had plans too. He turned and walked up to Gryffindor Tower, up to the common room where Ron was doing chess problems and Hermione was reading with a highlighter sheet charmed to color code by subject, and sat down in the chair by the fire, and picked up his own book. The year was moving toward its crisis point. Harry wasn't afraid of crisis points. He'd been raised by people who treated a crisis as a problem with an interesting solution. He turned the page and read. Chapter 4, Stone and Serpent. The snow came down hard on the grounds in January and Oliver Wood responded to this by scheduling 6 a.m. practices in it. Harry stood on his Nimbus 2,040 feet above the pitch in driving sleet and thought, not for the first time, that Godric Gryffindor would have loved Oliver Wood. Same absolute certainty that discomfort was just preparation wearing a different coat. Same complete inability to understand why other people found this unreasonable. Potter, watch the left hoop. Harry had been watching the left hoop. He'd been watching all 3 hoops, the bludgers, the 3 chasers, Ron's increasingly creative keeping, and a small golden glint at the far end of the pitch that had been there for approximately 4 minutes before he decided to check whether it was the snitch or just a particularly motivated piece of sleet. It was the snitch. He dove. The cold hit him like a wall and he went through it without adjusting his posture because adjusting posture in a dive was what people did when they were thinking about the cold rather than the snitch. He leveled out at 15 feet, closed his hand around the small gold sphere mid-flight without fully stopping, and came back up to find Oliver Wood staring at him from the center of the pitch with the expression of a man who had found religion. 4 minutes and 32 seconds, Wood said. In sleet. From a standing position. The snitch was being cautious, Harry said. It stayed near the right hoop post for the first 2 minutes. I waited until it committed to moving. You waited. Chasing too early tells the snitch you've seen it. Better to let it think it's unobserved. Harry twirled the snitch once around his fingers before it bit him and he let it go. Salazar says the same principle applies to most things. Wood stared at him. Who's Salazar? Someone who would have found Quidditch tactically interesting, Harry said, and descended to where Ron was hovering near the goal posts with a look of exhausted pride that was doing its best to stay humble. I stopped 14 out of 17, Ron said. You stopped all 17, Harry said. I hit the post twice on purpose. Wanted to see how you read a ricochet. Ron looked at him for a long moment. You tested me. Yes. While also catching the snitch in under 5 minutes in a blizzard. It wasn't a blizzard. Harry. Yes. You're a little bit alarming sometimes, Ron said, and then grinned the wide easy grin that meant he found this completely fine. Don't stop though. They walked off the pitch together through ankle-deep snow, sticks over shoulders, breath clouding in the grey morning air. The castle lights were coming on in the upper windows as the school woke up, and the smell of breakfast was beginning to reach them from somewhere across the grounds. Quirrell was at dinner again last night, Ron said, quieter now. He keeps looking at the staff table like he's counting exits. He's been more agitated since the holidays, Harry said. Whatever Voldemort's telling him, the timeline is moving. How long do you think we have? Harry had been turning this over. He'd watched Quirrell's deterioration through January, the increasing tremor in his hands, the way the turban sat differently some days, the moments in class when Quirrell's eyes went somewhere else entirely and came back looking like he'd been argued with. The possession was deepening. Voldemort was pushing harder. Before summer, Harry said. He needs the stone before his chance at a proper body expires. The current arrangement isn't sustainable. He looked at Ron. We stay ready. When he moves, it'll be obvious. And when it's obvious? We move faster, Harry said. February brought 2 things of note. The first was a letter from Salazar that arrived with a second, smaller envelope tucked inside it, a note in Rowena's handwriting that was brief and precisely worded and contained, in what looked like a postscript but wasn't, the complete solution matrix for 3 of the 7 obstacles in the 3rd floor corridor. The note read, I've been reviewing the magical architecture of the challenges from what can be deduced at a distance. The logic puzzle is mine, or was based on mine, the modification is competent but the underlying structure is recognizable. The key insight your predecessor seems to have missed is that the solution sequence should be read right to left, not left to right, because the original design was built on an Aramaic logical framework rather than a Latin one. The flying keys are Phileas's work. The chess set is not fully autonomous, it responds to confidence, not skill. A player who commands it with certainty will find it cooperative. The troll, I assume, has been handled separately. Do not rush. But do not wait too long. Harry read it twice, then passed it to Hermione with the casual gesture of someone sharing a news article. She read it and then sat very still for a moment. Who wrote this, she said, in the voice she used when she was controlling a strong reaction. Someone who helped design those challenges, Harry said. Harry. Yes. The logic puzzle in the 3rd floor corridor, Hermione stopped. I found a reference to a similar puzzle structure in an extremely obscure text on pre-medieval magical frameworks. The text attributed the original design to, she stopped again. Yes, Harry said. She set the note down. You're going to tell me when it's relevant, she said, and it was the most controlled thing she'd ever said in his presence, which was saying something. Getting more relevant, he said. The second notable event of February was Draco Malfoy. He found Harry in the library on a Thursday evening, alone, Ron at Quidditch, Hermione with a charmed study group she'd organized with aggressive thoroughness, and sat down across from him without preamble. This was itself notable. Malfoy's public behavior had been what Harry expected from the context, performing the role of Slytherin prince with competent dedication, maintaining the expected attitudes about blood status and house dynamics, never saying anything in front of the wrong audience that contradicted the Malfoy brand. In private, he was different. Not dramatically, not obviously, but the performance was lower and the intelligence higher, and he'd been finding occasions to be privately different with Harry with increasing frequency since November. "My father wrote to me," Malfoy said. Harry waited. "He says Dumbledore is a fool who keeps something valuable here when he should keep it secure." He was looking at the table rather than Harry. He didn't say what. But he said there were people interested in retrieving it. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Why are you telling me this?" Malfoy looked up. "Because you already know what it is," he said. "Don't you?" "Yes." "And you're going to do something about it?" "Yes." Malfoy's jaw tightened slightly. "My father's people are the ones interested in retrieving it." "Which means whatever you're planning, your father's interests and yours aren't the same thing," Harry said. "They don't have to be. He's my father." "I know." Harry looked at him steadily. "I'm not asking you to betray him. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm telling you that when this resolves, and it will resolve, the question of whose side you were on is going to matter. Not to me." He leaned forward slightly. "To you. Because you'll have to live with it." Malfoy was very still. "You're 11, he said, and it almost sounded like a complaint. "So are you." A pause. "If I told you what I know, tell me or don't," Harry said. "I'm not going to pressure you. But I'll tell you what I told you on the train. There are two kinds of Slytherin. Your house has one of the best records in this school for producing people who are good at the game. The question is whether the game is worth playing." Malfoy sat with that for a moment. Then he said, quietly, "Quirrell has a contact outside the school. Someone who helped him get past the initial security. Someone on the board of governors." Harry filed this carefully. "Thank you," he said. "Don't." Malfoy stood up. "I didn't say anything." He paused at the edge of the table. "And Potter, whatever you're planning. Be careful who you tell." He left. Harry watched him go and thought that Salazar would have found Draco Malfoy exactly as interesting as Harry did, and probably for the same reasons. March arrived grey and raw, and the stone moved. Harry knew because Quirrell missed 2 classes in a week, defense against the dark arts taught by the panicking substitute, a third-year prefect who clearly hadn't been briefed on what to actually do and defaulted to having everyone read aloud, and because the specific quality of dark magic in the third-floor corridor had shifted. Something had probed the first obstacle and retreated. He sent 2 letters that night. The first was to the founders, brief, clear, telling them the situation had entered its active phase. The second was to no one, because there was no second letter. He'd thought about writing to Dumbledore, had his quill in his hand for 60 seconds, and then put it down. Dumbledore knew the stone was at risk. Dumbledore's response to that knowledge was the 7-obstacle system Harry had been analyzing for months. If Dumbledore needed Harry to be in the equation, he'd have factored Harry in. He hadn't, which meant he was working from an incomplete picture. Harry didn't intend to be managed from an incomplete picture. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room and said, "It's starting." Ron put down his chess piece. Hermione looked up from her book. "When?" Hermione said. "Quirrell tried the first obstacle this week. He'll go for the rest soon, probably when Dumbledore's drawn away." Harry sat down. "He'll arrange something. A false alarm, a reason for Dumbledore to leave the grounds. We need to be ready to move before he gets there, not after." "Why before?" Ron asked. "Because if Voldemort gets the stone, the situation changes in ways that are hard to reverse. We end this while it's still containable." Harry looked at them both. "You don't have to, stop doing that," Ron said. "Stop offering us an out. We said we're in. We're in." Hermione nodded once, decisive. I've been reviewing the obstacle sequence. I think I know what most of them are. I have Rowena's notes, Harry said. She blinked. Rowena. Yes. Rowena. Her voice had gone very flat and very controlled. Rowena, who helped design the challenges, originally, yes. And who sent you her solution matrix? Yes. Hermione looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a person who was assembling a picture that kept turning out to be larger than the frame she was using. I'm going to need more information eventually. I know, Harry said. You'll have it. She nodded, reassembling herself with the speed she always reassembled herself, that particular Hermione Granger efficiency of emotional processing. The flying keys will need a seeker, she said. And the chess game, will need Ron, Harry said. He looked at Ron. Not because I need you for the chess. You could solve it yourself. But you'll solve it faster because you've been thinking about strategy as naturally as breathing your whole life, and the board responds to confidence. He paused. I'm going to need both of you exactly as capable as you are. Not backup. Not support. Fully in. Ron straightened up in his chair almost imperceptibly. Hermione's chin came up. Fully in, she said. The night it happened was a Tuesday in late May. Dumbledore left just after sunset. Harry felt his departure through the castle's magical foundation, the slight shift in the protective architecture, the way a room changes when a window is opened. Owls arrived for him and he was gone within the hour, emergency business, the rumors moving through the school by dinner. Ministry summons. The words moved through the corridors in the way bad news moved, fast and breathlessly, and with the particular urgency of people who didn't know quite what they were worried about but were certain they should be. Harry caught Quirrell's eye in the corridor outside the Great Hall. Just for a moment. Just long enough. Quirrell looked away first. Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower, collected Ron and Hermione, and they went to the third floor. The corridor was empty and the door was already unlocked, which told Harry that Quirrell had moved before dinner and not after. He was already inside. He's ahead of us, Hermione said. Slightly, Harry said. Not enough to matter. He pushed the door open. Stay close and stay sharp. The first chamber was the Devil's Snare, and Hermione moved through it with the calm efficiency of someone who had known what it was before they arrived, directing light and warmth through the tendrils with wandwork that was clean and precise. She wasn't performing. She was solving. Ron watched her and looked slightly odd, which was an expression Harry had noticed becoming more common on Ron's face when Hermione was at work, and which he filed in the folder labeled obvious to everyone except the two of them. The flying keys were Harry's. He took the school broom from the room's corner without ceremony and was in the air before Hermione had finished observing the swarm. The right key, he needed the large old-fashioned one with the broken wing that flew crookedly and therefore moved differently from the rest, slower and more unpredictable. He'd have spotted it among 1,000. He spotted it in 40 seconds. Getting it was the more interesting part. The key was fast even with the damaged wing, and the other keys were aggressive in defense, a specific enchantment that hadn't been in Rowena's notes because it had been added later, a Filius modification that responded to speed by accelerating the defense. Harry didn't fight it with speed. He let the swarm come to him, hovering still in the center of the room while the keys oriented toward him, and then dropped suddenly, cutting through the knot of them, snatching the broken wing key with one hand in a move that was less Quidditch and more the kind of thing Godric did in the training yard when he was demonstrating that size and position mattered less than using the other person's own movement against them. He landed and handed the key to Hermione, who looked at him with the expression she'd been developing all year, the one that was part awe and part "this is infuriating and I respect it." The chess room was Ron's. He stood in front of the enormous board and tilted his head and looked at it the way he looked at every chess problem, with his whole brain going quiet except for the part that understood the game. Harry watched him think and did not offer to help, because this was Ron's piece of the puzzle and Ron knew it, and there was a version of helping that was actually taking. "I'll be the knight," Ron said finally. You two take bishop and castle. Follow my moves exactly. You'll have to, Hermione started. I know I'll have to let myself get taken, Ron said flatly. I know. I've run the sequence. It's the only line that works. He looked at Harry. When I give the signal, you move to checkmate. Not before. Understood, Harry said. Ron, Hermione's voice had gone slightly strained. I'm fine, Ron said, and looked at her with the direct calm of someone who has made a real decision and isn't asking to be talked out of it. I'll be fine. Go. They played. Ron moved his pieces with the unhurried certainty of a conductor, the board responding exactly as Rowena's note had suggested, its aggression calibrating down against a player who knew exactly what he was doing. 3 moves from the end, Ron said, quietly, now, and Harry moved his queen to the square that ended it. The chess pieces stopped. Ron was on the floor of the board where his knight had been taken, shaken but conscious, looking up at them with a slightly dazed grin. Go, he said. I'm fine. Go. Harry looked at him. Then at Hermione. Stay with him until he can move. You're going alone. Hermione said. The last obstacle is between me and Quirrell and Voldemort, Harry said. That's the configuration it was always going to be. He held her gaze. You've done everything exactly right. Both of you. He meant it completely. When you can, get a message out. To anyone outside the school you trust. He walked through the door before she could argue, because he knew she would argue, and the argument would be good and would take time they didn't have. The troll was already dealt with, unconscious in its chamber, which told him Quirrell had been through some time ago. Harry moved quickly through the remaining chambers. The flame challenge, 2 doors, black fire and purple fire, the logic puzzle on the table with the bottles. He read Rowena's sequence. Confirmed it. Took the smallest bottle on the left end and walked through the black fire without pausing. He came through into the last chamber, and Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste. He looked different without the performance. The stammer was gone, the nervous flutter was gone. What was left was a man who had made a series of increasingly terrible choices and ended up here, in the dark, talking to the back of his own head and losing the negotiation. Harry Potter, Quirrell said. He turned from the mirror. I wondered how long before you followed. Long enough, Harry said. Dumbledore's clever trap. A series of challenges designed to stop me. And here you are instead. He tilted his head, which now had a quality to the motion that wasn't entirely Quirrell's. The boy who survived. How touching. Where's the stone? Harry said. He wasn't looking at Quirrell's face. He was looking at the mirror. Quirrell's eyes tracked the line of Harry's attention and something shifted in the room, a dropping of pretense, a move from the preamble to the thing itself. The mirror hides it. I've been unable to retrieve it. The enchantment responds to desire without self-interest. His voice had taken on the faint echo quality it got when Voldemort was speaking through him. Which is where you become useful, boy. I'm not useful to you, Harry said pleasantly. But I appreciate you explaining the mirror's mechanism. He walked toward it before Quirrell could reorient. He walked past Quirrell, which required passing within 4 feet of him, which Quirrell didn't expect and therefore didn't react to until Harry was already past. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. Rowena had explained the mirror's logic to him, not specifically but in general, the principle of desire enchantments, the way they locked onto the thing the viewer wanted most and reflected that rather than reality. The flannel enchantment was a specific application of this. It would give the stone only to someone who wanted to find it without wanting to use it, which was an elegant and specific filter. Harry looked at himself in the mirror. His reflection looked back, and it was him, just him, standing in the dark room. No different. Then his reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out the stone and held it up, a small, red-faceted thing, surprisingly simple, and turned it in its fingers and then slipped it back into its pocket. Harry felt the weight appear in his own pocket. He turned around. "Move away from the mirror," Quirrell said. His wand was raised. Behind him, the surface of the mirror had gone flat and blank. "It's not there anymore," Harry said. He was very calm. Not performed calm, not the kind of calm that was suppressed fear, just actual equilibrium, the state Helga had shown him was possible and which he'd spent 10 years learning to access. "If that's what you came for. Give it to me," Quirrell said, and now it was entirely Voldemort's voice, thin and cold and coming from everywhere in the room at once. "Give it to me, boy, and this ends without pain." "No," Harry said. The spell hit him like a fist, a full-body bind, cast without warning at close range, and Harry took the impact and converted it. Not the way he'd have managed at 10, not quite perfectly, but the way Godric had spent 6 years teaching him to take hits, with his body's awareness already calibrated to the force, already redirecting it, using the momentum to turn rather than freeze. He came around out of the bind's peak velocity and hit the wall with his shoulder instead of his spine, which was distinctly preferable. He was back on his feet before Quirrell finished processing that the bind hadn't worked. "Petrificus totalis," Harry said, and he said it aloud because wandless casting across a distance in the dark required the verbal anchor, and precision mattered more than style right now. Quirrell's body locked. He hit the floor. The turban came slightly undone. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was, Harry had known what it was. He had built the recognition in theory for 2 years. The reality was still something. A face that had been a man's face and had chosen, over years, to become something else. Eyes that were red and ancient and full of a hunger so old it had become structural, like a river that had spent 1,000 years cutting its channel and no longer remembered the rain. "Interesting," said the voice, coming directly from that face now. "You resist the binding. You know about the Horcruxes." The eyes moved over him with a kind of assessment that was different from Quirrell's, more patient, more cold. "You're not the boy I tried to kill. Not anymore." "No," Harry said. "I'm not. They found you." The red eyes were very still. "The magic at Godric's Hollow. I felt it when I passed through. Something very old, reconstructed. 4 old signatures." A pause that was almost admiration. "The founders. They actually came back." "They did," Harry said. "Remarkable." The voice was genuinely thoughtful, which was somehow more unsettling than the threats had been. "They rebuilt what I tore down. Turned the ruins of your parents' death into," he seemed to assess Harry again, thoroughly. "Into this. Into you." "Yes," Harry said. "And you came here alone." "My friends got me through the obstacles," Harry said. "This part is mine. Because of the prophecy." "Because it needs finishing," Harry said. "The prophecy is just a description of what was always going to happen." He looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head without flinching. "You tried to kill me. You killed my parents. You've spent 11 years as a ghost because of what that cost you. The Horcruxes are the only reason you're still here and they won't be forever." He paused. "You know how this ends." "Do I?" The voice had gone very quiet. "Confident child. The founders have made you confident." "They made me capable," Harry said. "The confidence is mine." He took the stone from his pocket. Held it up. It caught the light from the mirror's blank surface and the dungeon torches and it was warm in his palm, flammel stone, centuries of refined magical art compressed into something small enough to close your hand around. Voldemort's eyes tracked it with an appetite that was so fundamental it seemed to be the only real thing left of him. "I could offer you things," the voice said. "Your parents, there are arts, don't," Harry said quietly. "Don't offer me my parents. You don't have anything I want. Power. Knowledge. The 4 founders rebuilt you, boy, but I have been accumulating power for longer than they were alive. I know things about magic that their school never, You split your soul into 7 pieces and spent 11 years as a parasite on the back of a man's head, Harry said. Whatever you know about magic, you don't know the parts that matter. The face went very still. Then what do you want? To finish this, Harry said. The way I've planned to since I was 8. He closed his hand around the stone. The magic that came out of him wasn't a single spell. It wasn't the clean linear casting of a first-year lesson or even the sophisticated multi-layered work of Rowena's runic sequences. It was the thing Godric had been building toward in the training yard, the thing Helga had been shaping in the garden, the thing Rowena had been constructing through years of theory and the thing Salazar had been demonstrating through years of example. It was all 4 elements at once, cohered into a single action. Fire, not destructive, not fiend fire, but the fundamental nature of fire as transformation. Water, surrounding, containing, the nature of water as the thing that shapes without forcing. Earth, anchoring, grounding, the nature of stone as the thing that holds without changing. Air, moving, dispersing, the nature of wind as the thing that carries without clinging. He didn't aim it at Voldemort directly. He aimed it at the host. At Quirrell. He put his hands on Quirrell's face, not the back, the front, the man himself, and he pushed every bit of the 4-element working through the contact point and into the possession interface, targeting the junction between Voldemort's consciousness and Quirrell's body. The principle was one Salazar had explained at length during the Horcrux lessons: a soul fragment, divorced from a true body, clung to its host through magical attachment that was real and physical even if its nature was metaphysical. You didn't need to destroy the fragment outright. You needed to sever the attachment cleanly enough that it couldn't hold. The room went white. Quirrell screamed, Voldemort screamed, the 2 voices layered into something that had no human scale to it, and Harry held on. The heat against his palms was enormous. The earth anchor kept him in his body when everything tried to push him out. The water kept the fire from consuming what it was only meant to transform. The air moved the severed energy away from Quirrell's body and dispersed it into the castle's vast magical field where it couldn't cohere back into anything useful. Then it was over. Quirrell collapsed. Harry stepped back. His hands were burned, not badly, but enough to sting, the palms red where the contact had been most intense. He looked at them for a moment. The room was very quiet. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was gone. What remained was a man, unconscious, damaged, but a man rather than a vessel. Harry crouched beside him and checked his pulse, which was present, then checked his breathing, which was shallow but real. He took a breath. He sat down on the floor of the dungeon beside Quirrell's unconscious body and held Flamel's stone in his slightly burned hands and looked at it in the torchlight. A small red thing. 1,000 years of magical refinement. The thing Voldemort had needed to anchor a return. He put it in his pocket. Outside the chamber, back through the corridor of challenges, Ron was on his feet and Hermione had his arm and both of them looked up when Harry came through the door with the expression that people got when they'd been holding their breath for a long time. "You're bleeding," Hermione said. "Burns," Harry said. "Not serious." He's down. Quirrell is unconscious but alive. Voldemort's fragment is dispersed." He looked at them both. "I have the stone." Ron made a noise that started as a laugh and ended as something more complicated. Hermione crossed to Harry in 3 quick steps and took his hands and looked at the burns with a focused attention that was half medical assessment and half something she didn't have a name for yet. "We need to tell someone," she said. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Harry agreed. "We will. But in the morning, and on our terms." He looked at her. "He needs to hear what happened from us, not from a ministry report. And I need to tell him about the stone before I decide what to do with it." "What are you going to do with it?" Ron asked. Harry turned it over in his fingers. It caught the torchlight and scattered it in long arcs across the stone walls. "Return it to Flamel," he said. "It's his. It was never meant to be a weapon or a trap. It's a piece of his work, and he deserves to have it back." Ron stared at him. Dumbledore's going to have, he's going to be, he'll manage, Harry said. He put the stone back in his pocket. Come on. Let's go. They walked back through the empty school in the deep past midnight quiet, through corridors silver with moonlight and thick with the sleeping presence of 1,000 years of accumulated life. The castle was warm around them and Harry felt the 4 foundational signatures stronger than he'd ever felt them, pulsing gently in the stone like a heartbeat. He pressed one hand briefly against the wall as he walked, not stopping, just contact. Still here, the castle said, in the way old things said things, not in words, in feeling, in the sense of a deep and permanent recognition. Still here, Harry answered back. Dumbledore was in his office. Not waiting in the theatrical sense, not in the dark with a dramatic lamp. He was at his desk, working, when they knocked at 2 a.m, and he said come in with the voice of someone who had been expecting this visit and had been sitting with the weight rather than the anticipation. He looked at the 3 of them, at Ron's chest-bruised shoulder, at Hermione's ink-stained hands, at Harry's burns, and his expression moved through several things in sequence, all of them controlled, all of them readable if you knew how to look. Surprise, that they were here. Assessment, of what that meant. A recalibration that was almost, not quite, the adjustment of a man revising something important. Sit down, he said. They sat. Harry put the stone on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore looked at it. Then at Harry. The half-moon spectacles caught the candlelight and made his eyes harder to read, which Harry suspected was not entirely accidental. You went in, Dumbledore said. Yes. The obstacles were designed to, Rowena's logic puzzle reads right to left on an Aramaic framework, Harry said. The key needed patience rather than speed. The chess game responds to confidence in the player. He met the headmaster's eyes. They're excellent challenges. Well constructed. Dumbledore was very still. How do you know about the Aramaic framework? Someone who helped design it told me. Another silence. Different quality from the first, more careful. Quirrell is alive. In the dungeon. He'll need significant medical attention and probably memory modification, depending on what he remembers. Harry looked at Dumbledore steadily. The fragment of Voldemort that possessed him is dispersed. Not destroyed permanently, he has anchors elsewhere that will prevent that, but it won't be able to cohere here. You know about the anchors, Dumbledore said. Yes. For how long? Since I was 8, Harry said. The office was very quiet. One of the silver instruments on Dumbledore's shelves made a soft sound and Dumbledore's hand moved slightly toward it and then stilled. He was, Harry noted, doing a great deal of thinking very quickly and doing it with remarkable composure. Who are you? Dumbledore said, and it wasn't what he meant to ask, Harry could tell, because the question surprised Dumbledore slightly as it came out, which meant it had come from underneath the planning rather than above it. Harry Potter, Harry said. Exactly who I've always been. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I know you've been watching. The probes, the letter, the early Hogwarts enrollment notification. I know you have a plan for this situation. He paused. I'm telling you now that the plan, whatever it is, was built around a version of me that doesn't exist. Dumbledore was quiet. I'm not ungrateful, Harry said, and meant it. I know you've been trying to protect me. I know the prophecy has shaped how you see all of this. But protecting me and using me as a piece on a board are two different things, and I need you to understand that I can tell the difference. He paused. And I need you to understand that I'm not afraid of you. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression that was hard to name. Not anger. Not offense. Something that might, at a different angle, have been respect. The stone, Dumbledore said. You intend to return it to Nicholas. It was never meant to be here, Harry said. It should go back to its maker. He looked at the small red thing on the desk. And honestly, Flammel's had a good run. He'll understand. Dumbledore looked at the stone for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry with the eyes of a man who was deciding something. "The people who raised you," he said. "I would very much like to meet them." "I know," Harry said. "They know." He stood up. "When the time is right." He looked at Ron and Hermione. "I think we all need some sleep." He walked to the door, Ron and Hermione rising to follow with the synchrony of people who had spent the last 4 hours deciding they trusted this boy completely. "Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry turned. The old man was looking at him across the candlelit office with an expression that was genuinely, specifically, just, human. Not calculating. Not managing. The face of a man who had expected one thing for 11 years and was sitting with the reality of something entirely different. "Well done," he said quietly. "Thank you," Harry said. "Good night, Professor." He walked out of the office and down the spiral staircase, and behind the closed door Dumbledore sat alone with a small red stone and revised everything he thought he knew. The morning was bright and easy, the kind of spring morning that came after a hard winter with the specific relief of something earned. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and ate breakfast and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Flamel directly. Rowena had given him the address, about the stone and its return. The second was home, to all 4, and he wrote it sitting in the warm morning light of the great hall with the sounds of the school around him, writing the way he always wrote home, frankly, fully, without simplifying what had happened or making it safer than it was, because they deserved to know the truth and he'd been taught that truth was the thing you gave the people you trusted. He just folded the letter when Hermione sat down beside him and Ron dropped into the seat across with a full plate. "Madame Pomfrey says my shoulder is fine," Ron said. "And that she's seen worse from Quidditch." He paused. "She also said, and I quote, 'Whatever you children got up to last night, I don't want to know, but please stop.'" Harry smiled. "Fair. So what happens next year?" Hermione asked. She had her notebook open, which was extremely Hermione. "With Voldemort. With the Horcruxes. You said the fragment is dispersed but the anchors still exist," Harry said. "We know of at least 5 others. Finding them is the project." He buttered his toast. "I have some leads already. Salazar and I worked on this before I left. Over summer we'll go further." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that was their entire friendship compressed into about 2 seconds. "We're helping," Ron said. "Obviously," Hermione said. "Obviously," Harry agreed. Across the great hall, Malfoy was watching them from the Slytherin table. When Harry looked up and caught his eye, Malfoy looked away, but not before Harry saw his expression, which was the expression Harry had filed away on the train and had been watching develop all year. Not hostility. Not performance. Something that looked, increasingly, like someone standing at a crossroads and taking a longer look at both directions than he'd been raised to take. Harry went back to his breakfast. The year had 1 week left. The stone was in his pocket and would go to Flamel by Owl before sundown. Quirrell would recover, or he wouldn't, and either way he was no longer a vector for anything dark. The fragment of Voldemort that had been in this castle was gone. The anchors remained. The work remained. But it was the right kind of remaining, the kind where you knew what needed doing and had the people and the training and the will to do it. Harry ate his breakfast in the May sunshine and planned, and the planning felt exactly like what Godric had described, standing at the top of something tall before you jumped. Not fear. Readiness. Chapter 5. The weight of names. Summer came back to Godric's Hollow the way summers always did, gradually, then all at once, the way most things that mattered happened. Harry came through the front door on a Thursday afternoon in late June with his trunk over one shoulder and his owl cage in the other hand, and Helga was in the kitchen and had apparently been making enough food for a small army since approximately 6 in the morning. The smell hit him at the garden gate, bread and herbs and the specific warmth of a kitchen that had been working all day with real intention behind it, and he put down his trunk in the front hall and went through to the kitchen doorway and stood there for a moment, just taking it in. Helga looked up from the counter and her whole face did the thing it did, the thing that had no adequate description except that it made the room feel larger. "You're thin," she said. "Hogwarts feeds everyone constantly," he said. "You're thin," she repeated, in the tone of someone for whom this was not a debate. She crossed the kitchen and put her arms around him and he let the trunk and the cage go and hugged her back properly, both arms, and she was shorter than him now. That had happened somewhere around February, but she held on exactly the same way she always had, with the total conviction of someone who had decided a long time ago that this was her person. "You're fine," she said into his shoulder. "I can tell. But you're thin." "Tell me what happened," Godric said, from approximately 1 foot behind Harry, which made Harry turn and find him leaning against the kitchen doorframe with his arms crossed and his expression doing a complicated thing that was trying to be neutral and not quite managing it. Harry told them over food. All of it, not the version he'd written in the letter, which had been full and honest but necessarily abbreviated, but the full version, the one with texture and sequence and the things you only conveyed in person. He told it the way Salazar had taught him to debrief after any significant action, chronologically, factually, noting what he'd anticipated and what he'd had to adapt to and what he'd do differently. Godric didn't interrupt except twice. Once to ask about the body bind and how he'd managed the conversion. Once, very quietly, when Harry described Quirrell's collapse and checking his pulse, to say, "You checked his pulse first." "He was a person," Harry said. "Being used." "Yes, I checked." Godric nodded once and didn't say anything else, but something in his posture changed slightly, the specific way it changed when he was genuinely proud of something and didn't want to make it dramatic. Salazar came in from the study about halfway through and sat down without comment and listened with his eyes on his hands, which meant he was listening to everything. He had specific things to say about the mirror mechanism and the dispersal working and the meeting with Dumbledore. He said them in the order they'd occurred, briefly, and each comment was either a technical observation or a genuine question. When Harry described the conversation in Dumbledore's office, "I need you to understand that I'm not afraid of you," Salazar was quiet for a moment and then said, "Good," in a voice that had more weight in it than the word usually carried. Rowena arrived in the middle of Harry's description of the logic puzzle and listened to the end with the particular quality of focus she gave to things she'd built, the old professional attention of someone checking whether their work had held. When he finished she said, "You read the sequence correctly." "You wrote good notes," Harry said. "I always write good notes." She sat down. Dumbledore noticed the Aramaic reference. "Yes." "What did he say?" "He asked how I knew." "I told him someone who helped design it told me." Harry looked at her. "He's going to figure it out eventually." "He already suspects," Rowena said. "He suspected since the Hogwarts enrollment registry sent him a magical signature notification that didn't match any modern lineage." She picked up a piece of bread. "He's a very capable man. The question was never whether he'd eventually understand. The question is what he does with it." "He said he wanted to meet you," Harry said. "All of you." The kitchen was quiet for a moment. "Did he?" Salazar said. "He did. I told him when the time was right." "Diplomatic," Salazar said, which from him was almost a compliment. "When is the time right?" Helga asked, looking around the table. No one answered immediately, because it was a real question with a real answer that none of them had settled on yet. Harry looked at his food and thought about Dumbledore's face in the candlelight of his office, the genuine, unmanaged quality of it, underneath all the composed intelligence. The face of someone revising something fundamental. "Not yet," Harry said. "But soon." The summer settled into its rhythms with the ease of something returning to its proper shape. Harry woke early and trained with Godric, who had spent the entire year apparently thinking about his next move in Harry's development and arrived at the conclusion that the gap was tactical creativity, the gap between executing a known strategy and improvising an entirely new one under real pressure. He designed situations that had no correct answer, problems with multiple valid solutions and the requirement to choose between them quickly and commit completely. "You chose the host rather than the fragment," Godric said one morning, 3 weeks in, when they were sitting on the yard wall after a session. In the dungeon. You had a direct shot at the Voldemort fragment and you took the harder path. The fragment wasn't what needed addressing, Harry said. It would have just floated. Gone somewhere else. Found another host. He looked at his hands, still slightly scarred on the palms where the burns had healed. Severing it from the host was the only option that helped Quirrell. And you wanted to help Quirrell. He was a person being used, Harry said, the same thing he'd said to Godric at the kitchen table. Yes. That's a Helga answer, Godric said, without any criticism in it, if anything, with something like admiration. It's also a correct tactical answer, Harry said. Removing a fragment from a host and dispersing it is more permanent than hitting the fragment directly with destructive magic. The containment principle, you apply force to the interface, not the target. Godric tilted his head. That's not something I taught you. Rowena and Salazar, combined. About 6 years ago. Harry looked at the garden. Most of what I do in the field is combinations. Things none of you taught me alone. Godric was quiet for a moment. Then he said, good, and meant it in the biggest possible way. Rowena worked with him on the Horcrux research through July. She had spent the year, apparently, building a theoretical model of Voldemort's soul-splitting methodology based on everything known about the darkest versions of binding magic in 6 different magical traditions, and she had arrived at conclusions that were precise and disturbing and made the problem significantly more tractable. He would have made them to be hidden, she said, spreading papers across the study table that was once again covered in the accumulated evidence of 2 people thinking hard. Not randomly. He'd have chosen objects with significance. Symbolic anchoring adds stability to the binding. And he'd have chosen locations with personal meaning for the same reason. We know about the ring, Harry said. He'd found a historical reference himself, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, with the resurrection stone set in it, connected to the Gaunt family's obsessive claim of Slytherin descent. And Helga said the locket was likely. She described the one she saw in a ministry file summary, heavy gold, serpentine S, and it matches Slytherin's known locket. Both connected to his claimed lineage, Rowena confirmed. That's the pattern. The diary was his earliest work. She paused and looked at him. You've read the Chamber of Secrets history. Salazar told me about the chamber the first time he mentioned Tom Riddle, Harry said. Before I started at Hogwarts. Rowena made a note. The diary functions as both a Horcrux and a weapon. It's designed to possess rather than just anchor. That makes it different from the others, more dangerous, more active. Wherever Lucius Malfoy has it, she stopped. Harry looked up. Lucius Malfoy has the diary. She met his eyes. Voldemort's most loyal servant from the inner circle who escaped prosecution by claiming coercion. Who has a child at Hogwarts now in your year? Who would have been given the diary precisely because Voldemort trusted him to deploy it at an opportune moment. She paused. I should have mentioned this earlier. When did you work this out? March, she said, without any apparent discomfort. I was still building the model. I wanted to be certain. Rowena. It's June, she said. The diary is sitting in a Malfoy drawing room doing nothing. The urgency is manageable. Harry sat back in his chair. You know, he said, Godric once told me that you occasionally have a blind spot around the difference between theoretical completeness and practical timeliness. Godric says many things, Rowena said. He said it about the 4th century argument over the library cataloging system. That was illegitimate. He said you'd spent 3 months building a perfect system before telling anyone it existed. It was a perfect system, Rowena said. Harry looked at her. She looked at him. Something that was not quite a smile moved across her face in the way things occasionally moved across Rowena Ravenclaw's face, briefly, privately, gone before you could be certain. The Malfoy diary, Harry said. What's your recommendation? It needs to be recovered and destroyed before 2nd year. Lucius will look for an opportunity to introduce it into Hogwarts. The school is the natural target, given that the original diary was designed as a weapon against the institution. She looked at her notes. He's a Board of Governors member. He has access through official channels. And Draco is at school with me, Harry said. Yes. He thought about Draco on the train. In the library. The way his eyes moved when he was processing something that contradicted what he'd been taught. I don't think Draco knows about the diary, he said. Lucius wouldn't tell him. It's not the kind of information you share with a child, even your own. No, Rowena agreed. But Draco is your access point to anything in the Malfoy house that doesn't involve Lucius directly. Not as a spy. As a person making his own choices, Harry said. I know. He stood up and looked at the spread of papers on the table. We need the sword. Gryffindor's sword, Rowena said. It absorbed basilisk venom from the chamber's snake. It's the most reliable Horcrux destruction tool available to us outside of Fiendfire, which is catastrophically difficult to control, yes. The sword is the better choice. She made another note. It's in Dumbledore's office. I know where it is. Are you going to ask him for it? Harry considered this. I'm going to have a conversation with Dumbledore this summer. About several things. He rolled up the Horcrux map they'd been building, the theoretical placement grid with the 5 remaining anchors marked in Rowena's precise handwriting. The sword will come up. The conversation with Salazar happened on an evening in late July when the days were long and the light stayed until almost 10 and the garden was at its most extravagant, everything growing with the focused energy of something that had good soil and enough sun and Helga's attention. Harry found Salazar there after dinner, which wasn't unusual. Salazar came to the garden in the evenings more often than anyone commented on, sitting in the chair near the south wall where the snake Mira had her preferred spot, sometimes reading, sometimes not. Harry sat down on the wall and they were quiet for a while, which was comfortable in the way that quiet with Salazar had always been comfortable. He wasn't a man who needed to fill silence. You used Parseltongue in the dungeon, Salazar said eventually. Harry had mentioned it in his debrief, a brief moment during the dispersal working when he'd instinctively shifted into the older language because the soul magic he was working with responded to the specific register of Parseltongue as a magical binding language. Only briefly, he said. But you used it. Against the fragment. It worked. The Parseltongue has a quality that, it's not just a language. It has a tonal structure that interacts with certain magical states directly. He looked at Salazar. You knew that. I suspected it, Salazar said. I never used it that way directly. He was looking at Mira, who was occupying her preferred stone and regarding the evening with the serene assessment of someone who had no complaints. Tom Riddle used it. He spoke to his Horcruxes in Parseltongue. I believe that's part of what made the language so thoroughly associated with dark magic in the modern era. He infected it with his own reputation. It's a language, Harry said. Like you told me at 4. Like I told you at 4. A pause. I've been thinking about Tom Riddle more than usual this summer. Since your letter. He was very still in the way he got when he was saying something that cost him. He was brilliant. You should know that. Not in the way that makes you afraid, but as a true assessment. He was the most naturally gifted student I'd seen in several centuries, and his gift for Parseltongue was exceptional. He came to me directly, as a young man, because he'd worked out the lineage. He wanted to know things I knew. Another pause. I told him some of them. What things? The theory of magical anchoring. Soul binding in its historical forms. Salazar closed his book. I didn't tell him the Horcrux method specifically. The method he worked out himself, it's in the dark library at Hogwarts, available to anyone with the patience to find it. But the theoretical framework he used, the understanding that a soul could be distributed and each fragment would maintain the whole's continuity, that came from what I taught him. Harry was quiet. I didn't know what he was, Salazar said. Or I told myself I didn't. The truth is more complicated. He showed me ambition and brilliance and the particular kind of hunger that comes from someone who has been told their whole life that they're nothing and has decided to become everything. I recognized it. His voice was precise and level, and underneath both things genuinely troubled. I should have recognized the other thing too. The fundamental choice he'd already made, harm as a tool rather than a last resort. I saw the signs. I didn't act on them. You couldn't have known, I could have, Salazar said quietly. Not everything. Not the full scope. But enough to refuse to teach him. Enough to send him somewhere that would have addressed what was driving him rather than feeding it. He looked at Harry. I am telling you this because you will meet people like Tom Riddle. Brilliant people with real grievances and real wounds who have decided that the wound justifies everything they do in response to it. And I want you to understand the difference between a person who can be reached and a person who has already closed that door. He paused. Tom Riddle closed the door before he arrived at Hogwarts. I kept pretending it might open. Harry looked at the garden. At the south wall where Mira was settled. At the long light laying itself across the grass in the particular way it did in July, warm and specific and not going to last but absolutely present while it was here. Is that why you care about Draco Malfoy? He asked. Salazar looked at him sideways. You've asked about him specifically every time I mention him, Harry said. More than Ron or Hermione. More than anyone. Salazar was quiet for a moment. He has the same profile, he said. Brilliant. Shaped by a particular ideology before he could examine it. An inheritance that tells him exactly who he is without asking whether he agrees. A pause. He could become what Tom Riddle became. Or he could become something entirely different. The difference is largely whether someone reaches him before the door closes. I'm reaching him, Harry said. I know. Something in Salazar's voice shifted. That's why I'm telling you this. They sat in the evening light and Mira moved her head toward the warmth, and Harry thought about doors that opened and doors that closed and the specific and difficult work of being the person who kept showing up on the other side. The letter from Dumbledore arrived in the second week of August. It was different from the previous ones, no pretense of casual inquiry, no elaborate framing. Just a direct request to meet, with a place and a time, and the acknowledgement that Harry had indicated a meeting at an appropriate moment, and this seemed, given the events of May, to be that moment. Harry read it at breakfast and passed it around without comment. Godric read it and set it down. He's coming here. He's proposing meeting in London, Harry said. Neutral ground. His word. His word, Salazar said, reading it. He chose a public location, Rowena said. Diagon Alley. The tea shop on the corner of Gringotts Row. He's signaling that he has no intention of making it a private arrangement. She handed it back. He's adapting. He's also alone, Helga said, who had read it last and was reading it again. He says explicitly, just himself. Do we go? Harry asked. Not because he didn't know his own answer, he'd known his answer since reading the first line, but because this was the way things were done at Godric's Hollow. You put the decision in the room. We all go, Godric said immediately. Obviously, Salazar said, which was his version of immediately. Yes, Rowena said. Helga put the letter down. Yes, she said, and smiled, and something in her smile was both nervous and joyful in the specific combination that meant she was walking toward something large and uncertain and had decided it was worth walking toward. They went on a Wednesday. The tea shop was small and excellent and had the particular quality of old London that meant it had been in the same spot for a very long time and had no intention of moving. It was half full of witches and wizards going about their morning, and Dumbledore was at a corner table when they arrived. He had chosen the corner himself, which meant he could see the door and the room, which was professional instinct on his part and which Salazar noted with the slight tightening around his eyes that meant he'd filed it. Dumbledore stood when they entered, which was the right thing to do, and then he stopped. He had known, Harry understood, in the way a very intelligent person who has been tracking an impossible situation eventually knows, abstractly, theoretically, the way you know something you've deduced rather than witnessed. He had known that the magical signatures in Harry's background were old beyond modern possibility. He had known that the house in Godric's Hollow had been reconstructed by someone who understood foundational magic at a level that no living practitioner could account for. He had known that Harry's knowledge was not self-taught but transmitted, and transmitted by someone with access to things that had been lost. He had known all of this and had been living with the abstract version. The concrete version was 4 people walking through a tea shop door on a Wednesday morning in August, and whatever Albus Dumbledore had expected, whatever prepared position he had intended to occupy for this conversation, it was clear in the moment they walked in that the preparation had been for a different thing from this. He stood very still. Helga reached the table first. She looked at Dumbledore with the direct warmth she brought to every initial meeting, not performing, not strategic, just genuinely interested in the person in front of her, and said, "Thank you for choosing somewhere with good cake." Dumbledore blinked. Yes. The Victoria sponge is excellent. I know. I can smell the vanilla from the door. She sat down. Sit down, Albus. You look like you're deciding whether to faint, and I'd rather you didn't. He sat. His eyes moved from Helga to Godric, who dropped into a chair with the comfort of someone who found all chairs adequately sized, to Rowena, who sat with the precise posture of someone who had designed things more impressive than this building, to Salazar, who took the chair across from Dumbledore and met his gaze with the particular neutrality of 2 people who have sized each other up from a distance for some time and are now doing it in person. Harry sat beside Helga and ordered tea when the server came by and waited. Dumbledore said, after a moment, "I'm not sure where to begin." "Begin with whatever's most important to you," Helga said. "That's usually the right place." "Harry," Dumbledore said, and looked at him. Are you well?" It was not what Harry had expected him to lead with. Not who are you to the founders, not how is this possible, not the prophecy or the stone or quarrel. Are you well? He looked at Dumbledore's eyes and found something in them that was genuine and personal and specific to this child rather than to the role the child played in the larger situation. "Yes," Harry said. "Very good." Dumbledore settled slightly. "Then perhaps we can discuss the rest." The conversation lasted 2 hours. It was, Harry thought later, one of the most interesting conversations he'd ever been in, which was a high bar given that he'd been in conversations with 4 of the most intelligent people who had ever lived his entire life. Dumbledore was formidable, genuinely, not performatively. His mind worked quickly and laterally, he asked questions that were real questions rather than rhetorical framing, and when he was wrong about something or when a founder corrected a historical assumption, he updated with the honesty of someone whose investment was in truth rather than in being right. Godric and Dumbledore liked each other almost immediately, which surprised neither Harry nor Rowena and clearly surprised Godric and Dumbledore equally. Rowena asked Dumbledore 3 questions about the theoretical basis of the third-floor challenge design, and Dumbledore answered them with the focused pleasure of someone given a difficult exam by someone qualified to mark it. Salazar and Dumbledore were careful with each other. Not cold. Not hostile. Careful, the way 2 people are careful when they've each identified the other as someone worth being careful around. They spoke about Tom Riddle at length, after Dumbledore raised it quietly, and the conversation was the hardest one at the table, 2 people who had both failed in specific and different ways to intercept what became Voldemort, talking about it without the usual rites of self-exculpation. It was honest in a way that made Harry pay very close attention. Helga talked to Dumbledore about Harry. Just, about him. About what he was like, who he was, how he'd grown. Not to make a point or stake a claim but because she wanted Dumbledore to know Harry the person rather than Harry the symbol, and she understood that the way you changed someone's understanding of a child was to give them the child in full. Dumbledore listened to this with the particular stillness of a man receiving information that was reorganizing something important. "The prophecy," he said, when there was a natural opening. He looked at Harry. I have treated it as a structure. A fixed thing to build a situation around. He paused. You're telling me, all of you, that you've treated it as one possible description of events. We've treated it as something someone said once about something they thought they saw, Harry said. Not a fact. Not a sentence. And yet it's already, partially accurate. The specific phrasing about neither being able to live while the other survives, is either complete, because Voldemort is functionally out of a body again, Harry said, or is incomplete, because the anchors still exist. He looked at Dumbledore. Either way, it doesn't tell me what to do. It describes what is. What I do next is my choice. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. And what are you choosing? To find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes, Harry said. Then, when there's nothing left for Voldemort to come back to make certain that whatever comes back has nowhere to go. He paused. On my terms. With my people. Not as part of someone else's plan. You don't trust my plan, Dumbledore said. I don't know your plan, Harry said. But I know that any plan built around a version of me that doesn't exist is incomplete at best. He kept his voice level. I'm not saying you're wrong about everything. I'm saying you have been working with incomplete information and I am the missing information. Dumbledore looked at him. Then at the four people around him. Then back at Harry. I've been thinking about sacrifice, Dumbledore said quietly. About what the prophecy might require. About what might be necessary. I know, Harry said. And there's a piece of Voldemort's soul in me, Harry said. The table went quiet. He had not said this before, not to anyone, because he'd worked it out in June from Rowena's model and had been holding it while he confirmed it and then while he decided what to do with the confirmation. He felt Rowena go still beside him. Felt Helga's hand find his under the table. The scar, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. His face had gone to something controlled and careful in the way faces went when managing very large feelings. The killing curse rebounded and a fragment of Voldemort's soul was displaced and lodged in me, Harry said. It's been there since I was 1 year old. Rowena's model predicted it as a possibility and then the scans she ran in March confirmed it. He looked at Dumbledore. That's what you thought had to be sacrificed. Wasn't it? Dumbledore was very still. You worked it out eventually, Harry said. Or you were going to work it out. And your plan, the plan built around the prophecy, involved Harry Potter walking into Voldemort and dying so that the fragment died with him. The tea shop was small and warm and full of ordinary noise and this conversation was happening in the middle of it, and Dumbledore's face looked like a man who had been carrying a terrible thing for a very long time and had just been asked to put it down in public. Yes, he said. That was the conclusion I had been moving toward. Then I need you to know, Harry said, that we have found an alternative. Rowena's working on a method of extraction. A soul fragment in a living host is structurally different from one anchored in an object, it's more integrated, more organic. The extraction will be difficult. He looked at Rowena. Very difficult, Rowena said. But theoretically viable. I'd put current probability of success at 63%, which I expect to improve with additional modeling. I prefer better odds than 63%, Harry said. You'll have them, she said. Give me until October. Dumbledore looked at Rowena Ravenclaw across a tea table with an expression that had very little left of the composed headmaster in it and quite a lot of a man who had just been shown that a door he'd bricked up was still open. You can do this, he said. I built Hogwarts, she said, not unkindly. I can manage a soul extraction. He exhaled, not dramatically, just the specific exhale of a man releasing something he'd been holding too long. The diary, Harry said. Dumbledore refocused. What diary? Lucius Malfoy has one of the Horcruxes. A diary, Voldemort's earliest one, from his school years. It's also a possession vessel, active, designed to be introduced into Hogwarts. He watched Dumbledore process this. He'll use his Board of Governors position to do it. Probably this coming year. How do you know? We built a model, Harry said. And Draco Malfoy told me, without knowing that's what he was telling me, that his father has something significant that his father considers a weapon. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Malfoy has been speaking with you. We have an understanding. What kind of understanding? The kind where he's deciding what kind of Slytherin he wants to be, Harry said. I'm not pressing him. I'm just present. As a different option. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression that was quite close to wonder, which Harry suspected was a rare expression on that particular face. Your people taught you this, he said. Salazar taught me, Harry said. Specifically. He saw Dumbledore look at Salazar with a different quality of attention than he'd been giving him previously. Salazar received this look with the composure of a man who was accustomed to being reassessed. The diary needs to be destroyed, Harry said. With the sword. Which is why I need you to make it accessible. It's in my office, I know where it is. I need it to not be behind a series of protections that would require me to explain to you in advance what I'm doing and when. Harry held his gaze. I'm asking you to trust me enough to give me access when I need it. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The tea had gone cold and the cake plates were empty, and outside the windows of the small shop Diagon Alley was moving through its Tuesday business, witches and wizards and owls and the ordinary magic of a world that didn't know that in this corner table a negotiation of very significant consequence was being concluded. All right, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. Thank you. And Harry. Dumbledore's voice shifted to something quieter. The fragment in you. I want you to know, he stopped. Restarted. I am sorry. For the plan I was building. For what I was, considering. He looked at his hands. I believed I was being responsible. I believed I was managing the situation for the best possible outcome. He looked up. I was treating you as a means rather than a person. Harry looked at him. The apology was real. He could tell the difference. Helga had spent a decade showing him the difference, between a managed apology designed to achieve a result and one that cost something. I know, Harry said. And I know why you were doing it. The prophecy is, it's a lot to be responsible for. And you've been responsible for it alone for a long time. He paused. You don't have to be alone with it anymore. Dumbledore looked at him with the eyes of a man who was 80-something years old and had been alone with something heavy for most of that time. Helga, who had been quiet through most of the serious conversation and whom Harry had noticed was watching Dumbledore with that particular quality of attention she reserved for people who needed something specific, reached across the table and refilled his tea without asking. Dumbledore looked at the cup. Then at Helga. Thank you, he said. You need to eat something, she said. The cake is very good and you haven't touched it. He looked at his untouched cake. I've been preoccupied. I know. She slid the plate closer to him. Eat anyway. Everything is more manageable with cake. He ate the cake. It was, as promised, excellent. The rest of the summer built toward something, the way summers with real work in them always built, not frantically, not urgently, but with the specific momentum of things moving in the right direction with enough energy behind them. Rowena's extraction model moved from 63% to 71% by the end of July, and she was, Harry could tell, dissatisfied with 71 and had no intention of stopping there. She worked in the study with the focused intensity of someone who had identified the exact problem they were best equipped to solve and was solving it with everything they had. Godric took the Horcrux map and began cross-referencing it with historical records of Voldemort's movements, where he'd been, what he'd had access to, which locations had personal significance to him. He worked at it the way he'd once planned castle defenses, thoroughly, without rushing, with a soldier's understanding that preparation was the only advantage you could guarantee. Helga wrote letters. To sprout at Hogwarts, with questions about the greenhouses that were professionally relevant. To contacts in the healing community about soul damage and treatment protocols, framed as theoretical inquiries. She was quietly building a support network for what was coming, not for the battle, but for the aftermath. She was, Harry thought, the only one of them consistently planning for what happened after. Harry trained and researched and wrote to Ron and Hermione and, once, to Draco. The letter to Draco was the most careful thing he'd written all summer. He spent an evening on it. He told Draco nothing operational, nothing about the Horcruxes or the diary or what he knew about Lucius. He wrote to Draco the way he'd been approaching Draco all year, as a person, about the actual things two 11-year-olds might write to each other over summer: Quidditch, the new defense syllabus, whether Crabbe and Goyle had any inner life whatsoever, a question about a particular Slytherin history that Draco would know from family records that Harry wanted genuinely. The question about the history was not incidental, but it was also genuinely interesting to him. Draco wrote back in 3 days, which was faster than expected. The response was careful in the way all of Draco's communication was careful, polished, controlled, the Malfoy manner sitting over everything like a jacket he'd been told to keep on, but underneath the polish there was something that was just actually responding. Answering the question with real knowledge. A comment about Quidditch that was personal opinion rather than the performed version of an opinion. Harry read it twice and then added it to the folder he kept of things worth remembering. August turned towards September and the trunks came out and the Hogwarts lists arrived and the Hollow moved through the comfortable preparations of sending a child back to school. Helga packed things into the trunk with the focused attention of someone for whom packing was itself a form of care, every item placed with awareness of what Harry might need it for, the practical running alongside the personal. Salazar came to the study the last week of August with the Horcrux map spread on the table and the two of them went through it one more time. "The ring is at the Gaunt shack near Little Hangleton," Salazar said. "I'm confident about that. The locket is less certain. It was in Slytherin's possession before Tom Riddle took it, and Riddle stole it from the orphanage caretaker who'd bought it, which means its current location depends on who Riddle trusted enough to hide it with." "Regulus Black," Harry said. He'd found this in the Black family records, a brief reference in a ministry file about Regulus's death, the notation that he'd retrieved an object from a location connected to Voldemort and subsequently died. He went to get it. He died getting it. But his house elf survived and the elf might know where it ended up. Salazar looked at him. "How did you find that?" "Rowena knows Arcturus Black's widow. She mentioned it in a letter about something else entirely and I asked Rowena to follow up." Harry shrugged. "Most information lives in the margins of other information. That's very Slytherin." "I know." Harry folded the map. "The diary is at Malfoy Manor. The cup is likely with Bellatrix Lestrange. She was Voldemort's most trusted, and putting something in her Gringotts vault would be exactly his methodology." He looked at Salazar. "That one's going to be difficult." "Gringotts," Salazar said. "Yes. You're 12. Next summer I'll be 13. Salazar looked at him for a long moment with the expression that meant he was doing a very thorough risk assessment and finding the numbers uncomfortable. Then he said, "We'll discuss Gringotts when you're 13. "Agreed." Harry pocketed the map. "What about the snake?" Salazar was very still. "Nagini. She's his familiar. Given his history of making objects into Horcruxes, it's possible." Rowena said it's theoretically possible to bind a soul fragment to a living creature. "It's possible," Salazar said. "And terrible." His voice was flat and specific. "Using a living creature as a vessel it corrupts the creature from within. Changes what it is." He looked at the window. At the garden outside, where Mira was taking her evening course along the south wall. If Nagini is a Horcrux, she can't simply be separated from it. The creature and the fragment have cohabited long enough that, "I know," Harry said quietly. "I know what that means." Salazar nodded. His jaw was tight. "If it comes to that, when it comes to that," Harry said, "we do what needs doing." Cleanly. Without making it worse than it needs to be. He met Salazar's eyes. Like you taught me. A pause. Then Salazar said, yes. Like I taught you. Harry left the study and went to find the others for dinner, and as he walked through the house that had been built from ruins for him, through the rooms that were full of the evidence of who had made him and how, the books and the maps and the tools and the garden and the training yard and the chess set and the kitchen with its particular smell, he felt the weight of what was coming with the full clarity of someone who had never been protected from it. He didn't put the weight down. It was his to carry. But he carried it the way Helga had taught him to carry things, not pretending it wasn't heavy, not performing ease he didn't have, just standing with your back straight and your feet solid and your hands around the thing, present and ready. The table at dinner was loud and specific and warm. Godric had opinions about the new Quidditch rules he'd been reading about. Rowena and Helga were debating something about the potion syllabus at Hogwarts. Salazar was reading at the table, which everyone had long since accepted as a fixed feature of dinner with Salazar. Harry sat in his place and ate and talked and listened and filed things away and felt, underneath all of it, the deep and specific warmth of something that had been built carefully and would hold. He was going back to Hogwarts in 4 days. He had work to do there. Real work, with real stakes, and people who were going to try to stop him and people who didn't know yet that they needed to decide whose side they were on. He was ready. He turned to Godric and said, "Tell me about the new Quidditch rules," and Godric set down his fork with the focused energy of someone who had been waiting for this invitation, and the evening went where evenings at Godric's Hollow always went, in every direction at once, loudly, with conviction, and never long enough. Chapter 6, The Fifth Founder's Declaration. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11, same as always, and Harry sat in the same compartment as the year before with Ron and Hermione, same as always, and the countryside moved past the windows with the same grey-green English familiarity, and none of it was the same at all. He could feel it, the difference between the first time and the second time, the way returning somewhere stripped away the novelty and left the truth of it. Last year Hogwarts had been ahead of him. This year it was the arena he'd already been working in for 12 months, full of people he knew and problems he'd mapped and situations that were in motion. He also had a plan, which was different from last year's wait and respond posture. This year he was moving first. The Cornish pixies, Hermione said, without looking up from her book. She had a reading list for second year that she'd acquired from Rowena's Hogwarts contacts, which were extensive and willing, and had been working through it since July. Lockhart assigned Cornish pixies for the first defense lesson. It's in his book. The first defense lesson is going to be a disaster, Ron said. Probably, Harry said. You sound calm about that. I am calm about that. Harry looked out the window. We'll manage. We always manage. Ron leaned back in his seat with the comfortable ease of someone who had decided, over 12 months of evidence, that this was true. Fair enough. He paused. Malfoy was on the platform. He looked at you weird. Define weird. Like he was waiting to see which way something was going to land. Ron frowned slightly. Not hostile. Just, waiting. Harry nodded. He'd seen it too. Leave him to it. The corridor knocked once and then the door slid open and Draco Malfoy came in, alone, no Crabbe and Goyle, which was either deliberate or they'd lost him in the crowd, and given that Draco had navigated straight to this specific compartment, Harry suspected it was deliberate. He looked different. Not dramatically, same careful posture, same Malfoy manner. But he'd spent a summer with something and it had changed the quality of his stillness. He was quieter. Not subdued. More internal. He sat down across from Ron, who looked at Harry with the expression of someone waiting for instruction. Harry gave him none, because none was needed. Ron turned back to the window. Your father has something, Harry said, keeping his voice level and private. Just for the compartment. Something he's been keeping for someone else. Something he's planning to introduce into Hogwarts this year. Draco's expression didn't change the way it would have changed if this was news. It did something more specific. It contracted slightly, the micro-expression of someone whose existing suspicion just received confirmation. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "I know you don't know the full details," Harry said. "I'm not asking you to tell me anything about your father. I'm telling you that whatever it is, it's going to cause harm to people at this school, and when it does, you don't want to be on the wrong side of it." Draco was quiet. Outside the window the countryside was building toward northern England, the sky broader and grayer. "What kind of harm?" he said finally. "The kind that starts with possession and ends with people dying," Harry said simply. "That's all I'm going to say. The rest is yours to figure out." He looked at Draco directly. "But I think you already have figured it out. Or close enough." Another silence. Hermione had not looked up from her book, but Harry could tell she was reading the same line repeatedly. "If I told you something," Draco said, very quietly. "I wouldn't use it against your family," Harry said. "I'd use it to stop what's coming. There's a difference." Draco sat with that. Then he said, "Black. The house. There might be something there," he mentioned it once, "to my mother. I wasn't meant to hear." He stood up, straightening his robes with the practiced motion of someone returning to a performance. "I don't know anything about a diary." He said the last word at normal volume, and then walked out of the compartment. Ron stared at the closed door. "Did he just?" "Yes," Harry said. "While pretending he didn't." "Yes." Hermione put her book down. "The locket," she said. "It's at Grimmauld Place." "I think so." "So we need," "Not yet," Harry said. "The diary first. Then the locket. Then we keep going." He looked at her. "Are you all right?" She'd gone slightly pale in the way she went pale when the scale of something settled on her. "I'm fine," she said. Every time we go through the list I'm reminded that there are 6 of them." 5 now, Harry said. "Voldemort himself is the 6th. And the one in me." He said it the same way he'd been saying it since he'd confirmed it, flatly, without drama, because drama around facts served no one. "Rowena is at 79% on the extraction." "That's not 100%, she said. "No," he agreed. "It's not yet." "When?" "She thinks November," Harry said. "She won't attempt it before she's satisfied with the model." He met Hermione's eyes. "She's the best magical theorist who has ever lived. Literally. I trust November." Hermione absorbed this with the speed she always absorbed difficult things. Then she said, with great deliberateness, "I'm going to need to meet them eventually." "You will," Harry said. If you say when it's relevant I'm going to hex you," she said, very pleasantly. "Soon," Harry said instead, and she accepted this with a nod that told him she was filing it as a commitment rather than a deflection. The castle was the same and different the same way the train had been. Harry walked through the entrance hall and felt the 4 signatures pulse in the stone under his feet and felt the thing he always felt here, home, but the bigger kind, the kind that was also history and purpose and the deep particular pride of walking into something your family had built. McGonagall gave the second years the same composed efficiency she gave everyone. Peeves threw water balloons and hit a portrait. The staircases moved. The ghosts drifted through walls and exchanged greetings with the returning students. Everything was exactly as it should be and Harry moved through it with the comfortable efficiency of someone who knew the building well and had work to do. Gilderoy Lockhart was a problem. Not a dangerous problem, not in the way Quirrell had been a dangerous problem, but a specific kind of exhausting one. He swept into the first defense lesson with the confidence of a man who had never experienced the gap between his self-image and his actual capability because he'd arranged his life to prevent anyone from showing it to him. The classroom was decorated with his own portraits, which was genuinely impressive in a specific and depressing way. He beamed at the students. He beamed especially at Harry. "Harry Potter," he said, with the warmth of someone who had been planning this meeting. "We meet at last. I must say, the resemblance to your photographs is remarkable. I've been telling everyone. Good morning, Professor, Harry said pleasantly. What are we covering today? A beat. Lockhart recalibrated. He'd clearly planned for something slightly longer in the Meet the Famous Harry department. Yes. Well. Today, I thought we'd start with some of the more exciting creatures I've encountered in my many adventures. Your books describe Cornish pixies as your chapter 2 in the second volume, Harry said. Is that what we're doing? Lockhart blinked. Yes, indeed. First-hand experience is always the best. Cornish pixies are Class C. Not dangerous to confident practitioners. Difficult for people who panic. Harry looked around the classroom at his classmates, at Hermione, who was watching Lockhart with the focused assessment of someone running a rapid competence evaluation, at Ron, who had already developed the expression he got around Lockhart that was fighting very hard to stay polite. I think we'll be fine. They were not entirely fine. Lockhart released the pixies with the enthusiasm of a man who did not fully appreciate what Cornish pixies in an enclosed space meant, and the room went from organized lesson to absolute chaos in approximately 4 seconds. Harry stood in the center of it and did the thing he always did in unexpected situations, assessed rather than reacted, identified the actual problem, which was not the individual pixies but the swarm dynamic, and applied the specific solution, which was a series of containment barriers cast in a semicircle that funneled the swarm into one corner of the room where Hermione, who had arrived at the same conclusion by a different route, had already constructed a holding field. The whole thing took about 3 minutes. Lockhart stood amid the wreckage of his portraits, slightly pixie-bitten, beaming at Harry as though this had all been part of the demonstration. Wonderful instincts, he announced. Very like my own methods in the Peruvian incident. The Peruvian incident in your second book, Harry said, took you 40 minutes and required backup from 3 local witches. He kept his voice perfectly pleasant. We have better odds in here. Good lesson, Professor. He walked out. Hermione was at his shoulder, and he could feel her suppressing something with tremendous effort. Say it, he said. He couldn't have done any of that himself, she said. He hasn't the faintest idea how those spells work. He was pointing his wand at completely the wrong vector, I know. The memory charms on the people in his books, I know that too, Harry said. Rowena told me in August. She recognized the writing style of someone building a false record. He looked at Hermione. He's not dangerous. He's useless, which is a different thing. Useless in a defense class, Hermione said, with the tone of someone identifying a specific and serious problem. Which means we teach ourselves, Harry said. We have been teaching ourselves. We'll keep doing it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, can I meet them? Harry looked at her. Rowena in particular, you mean? She went slightly pink. Not only Rowena. Not yet, he said. But you're on the short list. He paused. There's a very short list. She nodded and filed this too. The whispers started in October. They started the way the worst rumors started, at the edges, in the spaces between things, gathering momentum from uncertainty rather than evidence. A cat found petrified on the corridor floor. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, eyes open and stiff, hanging from a torch bracket on the second floor with the words "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened." Enemies of the air, beware painted on the wall above her in what looked like blood. Harry stood in the crowd that gathered and looked at the wall and thought about Salazar in the garden. About the chamber. About what it meant that the chamber had been opened. Tom Riddle opened the chamber 50 years ago, he said quietly, to Ron and Hermione, low enough for just them. He used the diary. He's doing it again. Through who? Ron said. Harry looked around the gathered crowd. At the faces moving through shock and fear and the specific confusion of people who didn't understand what they were looking at. At Draco Malfoy near the back, whose face was doing a very complicated thing. At the teachers moving in to disperse students, at Dumbledore appearing at the edge of the crowd with his expression doing the thing it had done in the tea shop, controlled and processing in something underneath that was grief. "The diary is already in the school," Harry said. "How?" Hermione said. "How did Lucius, Diagon Alley," Harry said. "He'd been turning it over since September, since the odd interaction at Flourish and Blots that the Weasley family had described at dinner, which he'd stored and which had just resolved into a specific shape. Ginny Weasley. Lucius put it in her cauldron when no one was looking." Hermione made a sound that was almost inaudible. Ron's expression went to something that wasn't fear, it was past fear, it was the specific cold of someone whose sibling had just become part of the problem. "Is she?" "Not yet," Harry said. "The early stages are memory loss. Confusion. Finding places she doesn't remember going." He looked at Ron. "Has she seemed?" "She's been quiet," Ron said. "Mum said she was nervous about starting school. We all thought," he stopped. "We thought it was just first-year nerves." "It's not," Harry said. "We need to get the diary away from her. How do we even know she has it? She had it in Diagon Alley and she doesn't know what it is. She'd have kept it. It was just a diary, someone's old diary." He paused. "It's probably in her dormitory. And it's probably been talking to her. They couldn't get to it directly. The girls' dormitory wasn't accessible to the boys and going through Ginny directly wasn't an option. If she was already being influenced, a direct approach might trigger the diary's protection mechanisms, which Rowena had theorized would include a compulsion to protect it. Too early, too obvious, and they'd lose the element of timing. Harry sent a letter to Godric's Hollow that night. Godric's reply came back the following morning with the efficiency of someone who'd read it at first light and had an answer before breakfast. It was 4 lines. Possession vessel. Active fragment. Find the object. Destroy it before it completes the possession cycle. The sword is accessible as arranged. Don't wait. Tell me when it's done. Harry folded the letter into his pocket. Thought about what Rowena had written him in September. The diary works by making the host feel understood. It asks questions. It listens. It gives back what you most want to hear. The deeper the possession, the harder the withdrawal, the host will resist losing it because it feels like losing a person. This was going to require something more careful than just finding the diary and taking it. The opportunity came 3 weeks into the petrifications, when a second student was found, Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, eyes open and rigid, and beside him nearly headless Nick, who was now even less headless than usual and somehow more transparent. The school was afraid. The particular quiet fear of a community that didn't understand the threat and was therefore filling the silence with increasingly panicked speculation. The air of Slytherin. The chamber. Blood purity, the old language coming back the way old bad things came back, at the edges first and then louder. Harry heard it in the corridors. Heard his own name attached to it by a specific kind of credulous fear. He's a Parselmouth, they say. He can talk to snakes. What if it's him? He didn't react to it. Not because it didn't matter, it mattered, in the sense that fear-driven communities did fear-driven things and that was a problem, but because reacting to it would mean reacting to the wrong thing. The wrong thing was the rumor. The right thing was the diary. Ginny Weasley came to Harry. She came on a Thursday, standing outside the library with the particular hunched misery of someone who was trying to carry too many things alone. She looked at him with her mother's brown eyes going red at the edges and said, "I need to tell you something," in the voice of someone fighting a compulsion to not say it, and Harry understood immediately what it had cost her to be standing here. He brought her inside. Found a quiet table in the back. Sat across from her and waited, and the waiting was the Helga thing, full presence, not pushing, just being there in the way that gave someone room to arrive. She told him about the diary. About finding it in her cauldron. About writing in it and having it write back, the handsome confident voice of T.M. Riddle telling her she was understood, she was clever, she was better than people thought, all the things a lonely 11-year-old who felt invisible in a family of 7 wanted desperately to hear. About waking up in places she didn't remember going. About the rooster. About finding herself with paint on her hands and words on the wall and no memory of getting there. "I've been trying to get rid of it," she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I hid it. I flushed it once but it came back. She stopped. I think it's making me do things." "It is," Harry said. "But you came here, which means some part of you is fighting it. That's not small." He looked at her directly. "Where is it right now?" "My dormitory. Under a loose stone under my bed." She watched him. "You know what it is?" "Yes." "Is it? It's a piece of Tom Riddle." "Not him, exactly. A fragment. And it's using you as a means to do something he wanted done 50 years ago." He paused. "It's not your fault. He's very good at this. He was very good at making people feel chosen when really they were just useful." Something moved through Ginny's expression, the specific relief of being told the truth about something you've been afraid to name. "Then, are you going to kill me for what I've done?" He looked at her. 11 years old and utterly genuine in the question, the specific way children were sometimes genuine about things adults softened. "No," he said. "You're not responsible for what the diary made you do. Getting rid of it is what matters." He stood up. "Can you get it now?" She went. She came back in 7 minutes with the diary, small, black, 50 years old, and the particular wrongness Harry associated with Voldemort's magic radiating from it in waves he could feel like temperature changes. The cover was unremarkable. The name T.M. Riddle was in small letters on the inside front cover. He took it from her without touching the open pages. Held it by the cover. He felt it push back at him, not physically, not with words, but with a kind of presence that was both Riddle's particular charisma and the underlying reality of what he was. The voice that said, "Interesting, who are you, we should talk." "We're not going to talk," Harry said aloud, to the diary, which made Ginny blink. He went to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was there. He'd been there often lately, the castle's current crisis keeping him in rather than out, the reverse of what Voldemort had been counting on last year. He looked up when Harry came in and his eyes went to the diary and something in his expression went very still. "The sword," Harry said. Dumbledore opened the cabinet behind his desk. The sword of Gryffindor was exactly as Harry had seen it from across the office during the first year, goblin silver, blade catching the firelight, the rubies in the hilt deep red against metal that had been forged for a purpose and knew it. Dumbledore took it out and held it for a moment. Then he passed it to Harry, hilt first. It was heavier than the practice weapons at Godric's Hollow. Heavier than it looked. Goblin silver had its own density, not just physical but something more than that, the accumulated quality of a thing that had absorbed strength across centuries. Harry felt it click into his grip like a key into a lock. He put the diary on the headmaster's desk. He raised the sword. He brought it down once, clean, center of the cover, and the magic that came out of the destroyed Horcrux was the same color as what had come out of Quirrell, wrong, concentrated, the cry of something that couldn't survive and couldn't accept it, and it dissipated into the office air and the stone walls absorbed it the way stone absorbed everything, and then it was done. The diary was just a destroyed book. Ink running out of the ruined pages and pooling on the desk. Harry set the sword down. Looked at the mess. Looked at Dumbledore. "Two," he said. Dumbledore looked at the destroyed diary with an expression that was doing several things at once. "You're counting." 5 more, Harry said. "Plus the fragment in me, which is a different problem." He looked at Dumbledore. "The ring is at the Gaunt Shack. I know where that is. We should do it before, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "The ring has an additional enchantment. I've been analyzing it at a distance." He paused. "The stone set in it is the Resurrection Stone. One of the Deathly Hallows. It's not simply a Horcrux, it has an additional compulsion attached to it. Harry looked at him. What kind of compulsion? The kind that makes whoever holds it want to use it. Dumbledore met his eyes steadily. The kind that would offer you your parents. Silence. Harry felt the word settle in the room. Parents. The thing the fragment on Quirrell's head had tried and Harry had refused. The same offer, different vessel, considerably more powerful. I know about the Hallows, Harry said. His voice was level. Rowena designed one of them. He paused. The stone doesn't bring people back. It brings echoes. Not the same thing. No, Dumbledore said quietly. It's not the same thing. He was looking at Harry with an expression that carried something personal. I know that from experience. Harry held the headmaster's gaze for a moment and understood, in the specific way Helga had taught him to understand things, through attention and empathy rather than deduction, that Dumbledore had someone too. Someone he'd been carrying for a very long time. When we go for the ring, Harry said, we go together. Dumbledore looked at him. Not because I can't manage it alone, Harry said. Because you know the compulsion better than I do, and if it gets either of us, the other one is there. He paused. And because you've been doing this alone long enough. Something moved in the old man's face that Harry had no perfect word for. He filed it alongside the expression from the tea shop, in the folder of things that were too important to name carelessly. All right, Dumbledore said. November arrived cold and clear, and Rowena's letter came at 7 in the morning on a Tuesday with the Godric's hollow owl making better time than usual because Rowena had apparently charmed it to prioritize delivery. The letter was one paragraph long. It read, 87% and I am satisfied with the methodology. The window is this Saturday. Come home. Harry read it 3 times. Folded it into the inner pocket where he kept the things that mattered. He told Ron and Hermione at breakfast. The extraction, Hermione said, and she set down her fork with the precision of someone putting something down carefully because her hands were doing something she didn't want them to do. This Saturday. Yes. What does it feel like? She asked. The fragment. Can you feel it? Harry had been asked this before and had always answered honestly. Like a room in a house that's always been there. You know it's there. It's part of the architecture. He looked at his food. I don't know what it's going to feel like when it's gone. It's been there my whole life. Ron was very quiet. He had the specific quality of stillness he got when he was genuinely worried, not the performing calm version, the real version, where his hands went still and the easy grin went somewhere else. You'll be fine, Ron said. I know, Harry said. But he said it the way you said things that you believed and that were still a lot to believe, with full conviction and the small human awareness that conviction wasn't the same as certainty. He went home Friday evening, taking the Floo from Hogsmeade with Dumbledore's permission, one of the quiet arrangements that had been building since the tea shop in August, the slow accumulation of access and trust that looked like small things and wasn't. The hollow met him the way it always met him, the specific quality of arriving somewhere that had been waiting for you. Helga at the door. Godric in the training yard throwing light at the dark just to have something to do with his hands. Rowena in the study, not working for once, just sitting with a book she wasn't reading. Salazar at the kitchen table with tea that had gone cold. He sat down and they were all there and the house was warm around them and the fire was the color it always was when Godric was calm, deep steady gold, and Harry looked at all of them and felt the full size of what the morning meant. Tell me the process, he said, to Rowena. She told him. Clean, precise, no softening. The extraction worked by creating a boundary between his native magical signature and the fragments, using his own elemental resonances as a kind of scalpel, the 4 signatures operating in concert to distinguish Harry from not Harry at the magical level, and then drawing the fragment out through a specific warding procedure that would safely contain and then disperse it. The window is narrow, she said. 15 minutes from initiation to completion. Outside that window the procedure becomes unstable. She paused. It will be uncomfortable. How uncomfortable? Significantly, she said. It's not painful in the traditional sense. It's more disorienting. You will feel things coming apart that you've experienced as continuous. You'll feel the absence before you understand it as an absence. She met his eyes. You need to stay focused through all of it. Don't chase the disorientation. Stay with me. Okay, he said. I need you to promise me, she said, and her voice had changed, not dramatically, but specifically, in the way it changed when she was asking for something she cared about rather than requiring something professionally. I need you to promise me you'll stay with my voice. I promise, Harry said. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she nodded and looked at her notes. Helga took his hand and didn't let go until the procedure started and she had to. The procedure happened in the study, which was right, Rowena's room, her work, her methodology. Harry sat in the center of the rug and Rowena stood behind him and Godric and Helga and Salazar stood at the 3 points of the room's perimeter because Rowena had explained that the elemental anchoring would work better with the 4 signatures in physical positions that corresponded to the cardinal points of a working. Ready? Rowena said, from behind him. Yes, Harry said. The working began. He'd been through difficult magic before, the confrontation in the dungeon, the 4-element dispersal, hours of Godric's combat training in bad weather and worse conditions. He'd been through physically hard things and emotionally hard things and things that required sustained effort of a kind that used everything you had. This was different. Rowena had said disorienting and that was accurate but insufficient. It was the experience of your own internal landscape becoming visible to you, the way a dark room becomes visible when someone brings a light, and what became visible was the room that had always been there, the room that was not his, the architecture that was not Harry but had been so present for so long that it had become load-bearing. He felt it the way you felt a tooth being drawn, not the clean pain of a cut, but the specific pulling sensation of something that had roots, something that was attached to adjacent things and didn't want to go. He heard, distantly, a voice that was not Rowena's, thin, cold, old, furious in the particular way of something that has been losing for a long time and knows it. Stay with me, Rowena said, very close and very clear. He stayed with her. He felt the fire rise from Godric's position and run along the working's boundary, warm and purposeful. He felt the water from Helga's direction, steady and containing. He felt the earth from Salazar, solid and anchoring, the specific quality of foundation magic that said you are here, you are standing on ground, the ground is real. He felt the air move through the whole of it, Rowena's element, structuring and dispersing, the intelligence of wind that knew where everything was and where everything needed to go. And he felt himself, at the center of it. His 4 elements, his own, fire from the training yard and Godric's gold-lit lessons, water from the coast and the rain and the magic of connection, earth from Helga's garden and 10 years of putting his hands in soil, air from the roof and the night sky, and every time Rowena had looked at a star and explained why it was where it was. All of it his. All of it distinguishable from what was being drawn out. The fragment came loose. It was not dramatic. It didn't scream. It simply released, the way a knot releases when you find the right thread. He felt the absence immediately, exactly as Rowena had said, the absence before the understanding of absence, a gap in the architecture where something had been so long it had become invisible. Then the understanding arrived. He exhaled. Long, slow. Complete. Done, Rowena said. He heard her contain the fragment in the prepared vessel, a sealed glass sphere she'd spent 3 weeks enchanting for exactly this purpose, the fragment trapped and then, with a final specific working that she did quickly and without hesitation, dispersed from the inside out. The room was quiet. Harry sat in the center of the rug and Helga was beside him before he'd decided to move, her hand on his shoulder, and Godric was crouching in front of him with the expression he had in the training yard when a hit had landed hard and he was checking real damage versus performed damage. And Salazar was standing behind Rowena with one hand briefly on her shoulder, which was the most contact-based gesture Harry had seen him make in 12 years. "All right?" Godric said. Yes, Harry said. He was. He was exactly all right. He felt different, not larger, not more himself, not the dramatic transformation of a story where removing the dark thing revealed the shining thing. Just, cleaner. Like a window that had been slightly filmed for so long you'd stop noticing and then someone cleaned it and the light was better. You did well, Rowena said, from somewhere behind him. Her voice was completely steady. The binding held for the full window. Thank you, Harry said. He meant it for all four of them. He meant it for 12 years. He went back to Hogwarts Sunday morning and the castle felt different the way Godric's Hollow felt different when you came home after being away, slightly new in the way of things you love seen with fresh eyes. The four foundational signatures in the stone were the same as always, present and warm and specifically familiar. He stood in the entrance hall and pressed his hand to the wall, just briefly. Still here, the castle said. Lighter, he answered. But still here. He walked up the stairs to the great hall for breakfast and found it, predictably, because the school had been in fear mode for 2 months, wound up around itself. The atmosphere had the quality of a place where whispers had been accumulating and were starting to add up to something. 2 more petrifications over the weekend while he'd been gone. A Gryffindor 5th year and a Ravenclaw 1st year. The air of Slytherin rhetoric at full voice in the corridors. Someone had written it in smaller letters on 3 other walls. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table. He ate breakfast and looked at the room with the clear eyes of someone who just had a week's worth of significant events and had arrived at the far side of them considerably more organized than he'd started. He looked at the frightened faces of students who didn't understand what was happening. He looked at the staff table where Lockhart was beaming at no one in particular and Snape was watching the room with his usual controlled expression and Dumbledore was not present, which meant he was dealing with something. He looked at the Slytherin table. At Draco, who looked like he hadn't been sleeping well, who'd been watching the petrifications with an expression he hadn't been careful enough about, who was sitting with Crabbe and Goyle and absolutely not with them in any way that mattered. Harry made a decision. He'd been making this decision incrementally since September, or perhaps since the train a year ago, or perhaps since Salazar in the garden in July, and it had reached its final form this morning in the entrance hall with his hand on the wall. The school was afraid. The school was filling the vacuum of information with things that were worse than information. The heir of Slytherin narrative was doing exactly what Voldemort's fragment had always intended, dividing the castle along the lines of its oldest wound. He was the 5th founder. He was going to act like it. He finished his breakfast and stood up, and the motion of someone standing purposefully in the great hall was the kind of thing that caught attention, and attention gathered the way it always gathered around Harry, quickly, because he was someone people watched, and this year with a particular urgency because the school was afraid and afraid people looked for someone to be afraid at or afraid toward. He walked to the front of the hall. Not to the staff table, not asking permission, not performing deference. To the front of the room where he could be seen. The hall went quiet. Not immediately, not all at once, but in the specific spreading way that rooms go quiet when they understand something is happening. McGonagall appeared at the staff table in a posture that meant she was deciding whether to intervene. Harry looked at her for one moment and she looked back and then, with the slight incline of her head that was the most subtle possible acknowledgement, she didn't. He looked at the hall. I know what's been happening, he said. His voice carried, not because he projected it with magic but because a room this size had good acoustics and he'd been taught to speak by Godric Gryffindor, who had addressed armies. I know what the writing on the walls means. I know what's attacking people. And I know it isn't me. The quiet had a texture to it now, specific, held. My name has been attached to this because I speak Parseltongue, he said. I do. I've spoken it my whole life. It's a language. Same as Latin, same as Greek. What it means about me is that I speak a language most people don't. That's all. He looked across the hall, at every house table, at every face. The heir of Slytherin narrative is a 50-year-old ghost story being used as a weapon. It was used that way 50 years ago, when it divided this school along bloodlines that had nothing to do with who people were and everything to do with who someone wanted to use as a weapon against who else. He paused. I'm not going to let that happen again. Draco was very still at the Slytherin table. Harry didn't look at him directly. The weapon is a piece of Tom Riddle, Harry said. Not Voldemort, Tom Riddle, the actual person, before the name. An orphan from London who came to this school afraid of what he was and decided that the answer to that fear was power over other people. He was brilliant and he was damaged and he made choices every day that took him further from what he might have been, and that's the truth that doesn't fit the monster story. He looked at the room. I'm telling you this because if you understand what you're actually afraid of, you can stop being afraid of the wrong things. Someone at the Hufflepuff table said, "Who are you two?" "I'm Harry Potter," Harry said. Not combatively. Just actually. And I've been studying this situation for 4 years, which is longer than most of you knew there was a situation. I'm not the heir of Slytherin and I'm not the savior of the school and I'm not a weapon or a symbol. I'm a second year who knows what's in this building and knows how to deal with it and is telling you what I know because you deserve to know it. He paused. We are all safer when we're not afraid of each other. The hall was very quiet. Then, from the Slytherin table, someone started to stand up. It wasn't Draco. It was a fifth-year Harry didn't know personally but whose posture said everything about what he thought of a second-year Gryffindor speaking in the Great Hall like this. Sit down, Graham, Draco said. Quietly. Completely. The fifth year looked at him. Sit down, Draco said again, and there was something in his voice that hadn't been there in September, something that had been building since July and had arrived at its final form in a great hall at breakfast, and the fifth year sat. Harry looked at Draco for one moment. Draco looked back. Something passed between them that was not friendship yet but was the shape of it, the specific outline of a thing that would become what it would become depending on what came next. Harry looked back at the hall. The person I'm most concerned about right now is the student who is being used as the vessel for this, he said. They are not to be blamed. They are not responsible. What they need is help, not suspicion. He paused. If you know someone who is acting strangely, who is going places they don't remember, who seems unlike themselves, come to me. Or to Professor McGonagall, or Dumbledore. Don't assume. Ask. He stepped back. The address, such as it was done. McGonagall's expression, when he passed the staff table heading back to his seat, was the one she used when she was not going to say what she was thinking because saying it would undermine her professional composure. He caught the edge of it and filed it in the folder of things that were very good. The hall was talking before he sat down. The specific quality of the talking was different from what it had been, the fear whispers replaced by something more directed, more energetic, the specific noise of people processing new information rather than reinforcing old fear. Ron was looking at him with the expression he'd been developing all year, the one that had started as "you're a bit alarming" and had become something more like "you're exactly right, always, and I need a minute." Hermione was looking at him with something that was past awe and into the territory of genuine emotional reaction, which she was managing with the full force of her composure. You just stood up in the Great Hall, Ron said. Yes. In front of everyone. Yes. And said all of that. I did. Snape, Hermione said suddenly, nodding toward the staff table. Harry looked. Snape was watching him with the expression he'd been directing at Harry since the first potions class, the specific controlled attention of a man who was constantly reassessing and never entirely satisfied with what he found, not because it was insufficient but because it was surprising. He met Harry's eyes and held them for a moment and then returned to his coffee, which was not a dismissal. Was, in its precise Snape fashion, something else. The petrified students, Harry said, sitting back down and reaching for his tea. We need to find the entrance to the chamber. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, she died in there 50 years ago. Whatever she saw, the diary already told Ginny about the entrance, Hermione said. She'd been thinking, clearly, moving ahead. The basilisk moves through the pipes. Myrtle was killed by its gaze reflected in the taps. She looked at him. I worked this out last week from the library records, but I didn't say anything because I didn't have the full picture. The basilisk is still in the chamber, Harry said. The attacks are coming from it, being directed by the diary fragment through Ginny. He stopped. But the diary is destroyed. Then the attacks should stop, Ron said. They should. He thought about it. Unless Ginny's already been pushed toward the chamber itself. If the diary directed her there before it was destroyed, he was on his feet before he'd finished the sentence. They went through the school with the quick decisive movement that had become their specific configuration, Hermione with the information, Ron with the practical judgment, Harry with the direction. They went to Myrtle's bathroom and Myrtle was there, floating above one of the cubicles with the expression of someone who had been waiting for someone to finally ask the right question. I saw it, she said, when Harry asked what she'd seen 50 years ago. Big yellow eyes. I was looking in the tap, she drifted lower. It was horrid. Then I was dead. Harry looked at the sinks. Found the right tap, the one with the tiny snake engraved on it, the one that had been there for 50 years for anyone who knew what to look for. He crouched in front of it. He spoke to it in Parseltongue. The sink opened. He turned to Ron and Hermione. Stay here, he said. Absolutely not, Hermione said. The basilisk kills with direct eye contact, Harry said. Looking at it indirectly, reflections, causes petrification rather than death. We can work with that. He looked at them. Can you work with that? Mirrors, Ron said immediately. Small ones. Hand mirrors. Don't let them out of your hands and don't look directly at anything that moves. Harry looked at them both with the full focused attention of someone who meant what they were about to say completely. I trust you both with this. Stay behind me and keep the mirrors up. If anything goes wrong, go back up the pipe. Don't wait. If anything goes wrong, we don't leave you, Hermione said. If anything goes wrong, we don't leave you, Ron said. Final. Harry held their gazes for a moment. All right, he said. Together. They went down. The chamber was exactly as Salazar had described it, which meant it was both less and more dramatic than the descriptions, long, dark, with the stone serpents on the pillars that were not decorative but structural, load-bearing in the magical sense, the physical manifestation of the chamber's foundational working. Harry walked through it with the mirror in one hand and the awareness that Ginny might already be here, that the basilisk was somewhere in the dark ahead, and that the diary was destroyed but its work might not be undone yet. Ginny was here. She was on the floor near the statue, unconscious, too pale, her chest moving in the shallow specific rhythm of someone whose life was being drawn out rather than merely sleeping. Harry knelt beside her and checked her pulse and her temperature and the state of her magical signature with the quick methodical assessment Helga had taught him. She's alive, he said. But the fragment drained her before the diary was destroyed. She needs to wake up. He looked up at the statue. At the enormous stone face of Salazar Slytherin, rendered in an idealization that bore only a passing resemblance to the man Harry knew and found faintly funny in that specific way that things were funny when they were also significant. The basilisk is in the statue. How do we, Ron started. Harry opened his mouth and spoke in Parseltongue. Not a command, a conversation. He addressed the basilisk the way Salazar had taught him to address anything ancient and powerful that had been weaponized by someone else, with respect for what it was and clarity about what you needed. I am not Tom Riddle, he said. The one who commanded you is gone. I am not your enemy and you are not mine. Come out. The silence was long enough that Ron and Hermione had both gone very still with their mirrors up. Then the statue's mouth opened. The basilisk that emerged was enormous, 20 feet, 30, moving through the chamber with the specific grace of something that had been alive for a very long time in a very small space and was taking its time. Its eyes were closed. It had heard him, understood him, and had chosen, in the specific animal intelligence of a creature that had been controlled for decades and been given an alternative, to approach with its eyes shut. Harry spoke to it again. Explained, in the careful specific way of Parseltongue that could carry concepts as well as commands, that the one who had commanded it was no longer present, that what it had been used for was not its fault, that he was going to need it to stay in this chamber and not harm anyone, and that in return it would be left in peace. The basilisk moved its great head toward the sound of his voice with the cautious attention of something that was not trusting but was listening. "The red-haired girl," Harry said. "She needs to wake up. She is not your enemy." The basilisk was still for a long moment. Then it opened its mouth and exhaled, not venom, just breath, old and warm and carrying some quality of the oldest magic in the world, over Ginny's still form, and Ginny made a small sound and her color improved slightly, and Harry understood, with the particular understanding that came from years of Salazar's teaching about serpent magic, that the basilisk had offered what it had to offer. He could work with that. The healing Helga had taught him took 20 minutes. Ginny came around in stages, color first, then breathing, then the specific confusion of someone waking up in a place they didn't expect to be. She saw Harry first and then looked past him at the enormous form of the basilisk at the far end of the chamber with its eyes still closed. "Are we?" she started. "Fine," Harry said. "We're fine. Can you stand?" She could. She was shaky and needed Ron's arm but she could stand, and the look she gave the basilisk as they walked back through the chamber was not fear. It was something more complicated, that Harry filed away for later. They went back up the pipe and the castle met them with its particular warmth and the 4 signatures in the stone that meant home, and Harry stood in Myrtle's bathroom with 3 other people who had just come up from the Chamber of Secrets and looked at all of them, at Ginny, who was going to be all right, at Ron, whose relief at seeing his sister was the most complete expression Harry had ever seen on him, at Hermione, who was crying very quietly and immediately stopped when she noticed Harry. Noticing. "Are you all right?" he asked her. "Completely fine," she said, with a sniff that undermined this significantly. "Just, adrenaline." "I know," he said. "Me too." It was the truth. The specific post-action feeling of something that had been building for months suddenly resolved, the physical reality of having been in a room with a basilisk and come out, the enormous quiet that followed genuine danger. He felt all of it, didn't pretend he didn't, and breathed through it the way Godric had taught him to breathe through it, fully, without rushing back to composure before composure was actually available. "Let's go find Dumbledore," Ron said. They went. The meeting in Dumbledore's office was the second significant meeting Harry had had in that room, and it was different from the first in every way, not 2 in the morning, not the aftermath of an immediate crisis, not a conversation being had in the shadow of something just survived. It was afternoon light, 4 people and a headmaster, Ginny still slightly unsteady but present and clear-eyed, the full account of what had happened given in order without simplification. Dumbledore listened to all of it, and the expression on his face moved through several states that were all specific and none of them quite composure. When Harry described the basilisk, the Parseltongue conversation, the request, the response, the old serpent's choice to be present without violence, Dumbledore looked at him with the quality of attention that meant he was storing this as something deeply significant. "You spoke to it," he said. "And it chose." "It had been used as a weapon for 100 years, Harry said. "That wasn't its choice. When it was given a choice," he shrugged. "It chose not to harm anyone." "You have a theory about Parseltongue," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." "I have Salazar's theory," Harry said. "Which is that the language is older than any moral association with it. That the associations came from the people who used it most recently and most publicly." He paused. "It doesn't have to mean what Tom Riddle made it mean." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, "The basilisk is still in the chamber." "Yes. It won't harm anyone. But I'm not going to kill it." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "It's been used as a weapon long enough." Another pause, longer. Then, quietly, "Yes. I think you're right." Ginny was given hot chocolate, which Helga would have approved of, and the full weight of the pastoral responsibility for what had happened to her was taken up by Dumbledore and McGonagall with the thoroughness of people who understood what she'd been through. Lucius Malfoy's role was, carefully, formally, with the specific precision of someone building a case, being prepared for ministry attention by Dumbledore, who was, Harry had come to understand, genuinely formidable when he was working toward the same goal as the people around him. Harry wrote 3 letters that evening. One to the founders, full account, everything, the chamber and the basilisk and the extraction and the Great Hall speech, all of it, because they deserved all of it and he had promised himself years ago that they would always have all of it. One to Ron and Hermione, though he'd see them in the morning, because some things needed to be said in writing. Thank you for coming into the chamber with me. I know I said you didn't have to. I'm glad you didn't listen. The 3rd letter he folded carefully and attached to Cato, who arrived at Harry's window with the self-importance of a barn owl who had been charmed for fast delivery and knew it. The letter was to Draco. It said, I know you don't have the diary. I know you didn't know about it. I also know what you said in the Great Hall this morning cost you something. It was the right thing. A pause, and then, the door is open, Draco. It's been open since September. You know where it leads. He sent it. Then he sat at his desk by the window with the December cold pressing against the glass and the castle warm around him and the 4 signatures in the stone steady and familiar, and he looked out at the grounds, at the lake, dark and still, and the forbidden forest, and the lights of Hagrid's hut at the edge of the trees, and thought about what had happened since September 1st. The diary, destroyed. The fragment in himself, extracted, gone. The basilisk, no longer a weapon. Ginny Weasley, alive and going to stay that way. The school, frightened still, but differently now, more directed, less turned on itself. Draco, at a crossroads, with a door open. Dumbledore, a genuine partner rather than a manager. 4 remaining Horcruxes. The ring, the locket, the cup, and Nagini. Each one a specific problem with a specific solution. Each one the next step in a project that was his, not the prophecies, not Dumbledore's, not the wizarding worlds in the abstract. His, chosen, owned completely, executed on his own terms with the people he chose beside him. He thought about the morning speech. About standing in the Great Hall and saying what was true without performing it. About the specific quality of the quiet that had settled afterward, not agreement from everyone, not universal approval, just the quality of a space where something real had been said and the room had to adjust to it. Godric had told him, let them try. No one had changed him. No one had made him smaller. No one had found a version of events in which Harry Potter was a problem to manage or a weapon to deploy or a sacrifice to prepare. He was still exactly what 4 extraordinary people had made him, which was not their work but his own, worn in from the inside, as much as his hands. The 5th founder. The heir to all 4 houses and no single one. The one who knew what he was and had no interest in pretending otherwise. He picked up his quill and started on his transfiguration essay, which was due Thursday and which he'd been putting off in favor of things that seemed more immediately relevant. McGonagall's deadlines were not the kind of thing you tested casually, and there was something deeply normal and good about having a transfiguration essay to write in the middle of everything else. He wrote for 2 hours. The fire burned steady and gold. The castle breathed around him. Somewhere in the pipes beneath the school, an ancient basilisk settled into the deep old dark of the chamber and was not a weapon anymore. Harry Potter turned 12 in 4 months. He had work to do. He was ready.